I've always been a unique person, you know what I mean? Sort of laid back in a way, but very adamant and very passionate about what I believe. I think a lot of times that sort of throws people off because they don't expect me to have the mindset or the process of thought that I do. And so when you come in to watch my channel, you may hear a myriad of thoughts and ideas that could be different from others. What I want you to do is just sit back, like, share, and subscribe. To receive instant notification each time I upload, please hit the subscribe button and the bell notification.
Helping you along the way. Helping you to make it through another day. Yeah, yeah. Everything you need to know that you never knew, that you need to know. Lockhart Perspective.
Boy, you guys missed that. That was some good information I was giving out there. And I don't know if at the top of my dome if I could do it again, but we'll try. So I'm going to tell you thank you and welcome for coming in tonight. Hello, Rage Against the Machine. Hello, I see we had a couple other people come in earlier, and that was Dark Lake and King BJ. The link is already in the comments so that you can come on up and hang out. Thank you, Rage Against the Machine. I so appreciate you. But here's the deal, you guys. There's a lot of stuff that we could talk about tonight, but I honestly do want to get into the whole entire topic that we're dealing with regarding the trank epidemic. This is something that I don't think is coincidental, and I don't think it's by accident. And I want to know what you guys think. Again, the link is pinned in there in the comments. It's in the comments. It's not pinned, but it's in the comments. And you guys can come on in. We do have a guest that's with me tonight. And I want to know what you guys think about that. And I also want to know what you think about this guy getting the holy Dolitas beat out of him up there in Stockton, California. Now, you and I already know what's going to happen. This homeboy going to sue. And after he sues, he's going to get a whole bunch of money and he's still going to be running game because, well, that's what happens. That's what happens, man. But we're going to show you the clips looking at him go into the store and do what he does. And then we are going to come back and ask you what you're thinking. At that point, my guest will be joining us. So let's get right into this because I want to know what you all think. I will be interrupting as I have to because, as you know, under fair use, they still make us have to do the commentary. To me, it seems like there's not a lot you need to add to it. But the question is, did the clerks go too far in the brutal beating of one cigarette thief? Somebody would say, just a pack of cigarettes. That's all the brother wanted. They could have gave him a pack of cigarettes. Yeah. But this dude went a little too far. He didn't just want to go get the cigarettes. This cat here wanted to go get the cigarettes and everything else that he could, more than one package. And it's not like he just wanted a little bit of, nicotine off his shoulder. No. This dude wanted it all. So let me give you guys this story. It's coming off of I also want you all to see the video of it though. The 7-Eleven worker, get off of here. Get off of here. Listen, I don't like these things. Anyway, 7-Eleven workers wallop a California man who tried to steal a trash can full of cigarettes. Whoop his A, somebody says. So let's get right into it. I want y'all to look at it with us. We're going to look together. Hold up. It says it's distressing. It's very distressing because his daddy should have did it in the first place. Obviously, that's cussing. Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't
Told
do
him
that,
not to
man.
do it.
Don't do that.
Wait a minute. The moment you realized I effed up, that's when you realize it. That's when you realize it. You truly and honestly effed up, my brother. You shouldn't have took your rump in there, but let's continue. Brutal altercation has garnered over 14 million views on social media. There are some people who have a few things to say. We're going to block the music out, but we're definitely going to go on ahead and let it play. I didn't see anything, officer. Anyone else see anything? No. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Justice served. All right. Somebody else says, now that was highly satisfying. That was highly satisfying, and they're not lying. I think a lot of people are sort of getting tired of watching these videos where people just walk into a place and just steal what they want to steal, take what they want to take. Hey there, King BJ and Shaq. I think people are just getting tired of people just walking into places, taking what they want, and then rolling out. I think so. I mean, he got his butt beat. What do you what do you think, King BJ?
I think hey, let's par for the course. That's what's gonna happen. You know, you don't get yourself straight. How you been doing, Miss Lockhart?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, so much of the news that we have to cover that I've been working on really serious stories. I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, wow, some of this stuff is so amazing. So these stories, even though they're sad, they sort of give me a little bit of a chuckle because I like to see the little guy win. Although I know that this particular 7-Eleven owner is going to get sued because we're in a litigious environment, and this is a litigious state, California. And this guy is definitely going to get a lawyer. Some lawyer was watching that and thought to himself, I could make a buck. Do you think he's going to sue?
Yeah.
Shaq, what you think? Somebody said, ha, ha, ha. B. More Musker said, ha.
Peace. Mike check.
You good. Give it to us.
Look, how are you doing tonight, Miss Lockhart?
I am doing good. I'm doing so good. I feel like, wow, this story and then a few other ones. I don't even want to get on the other story yet because it's like it's made my eyes cross. But this one right here, I'm looking at this right here, and I'm like, they whooped him like his daddy should have.
I couldn't stop laughing. First, I was looking like, why they? Oh Lord!
It's
Why
amazing.
doing stuff like that?
It's amazing.
Why doing stuff like that, Miss Lockhart?
Well, I mean, they did it because, like I said, I think that people are just getting a little anxious about all this stuff, and I do think the guy is going to sue. I do think that based on their laws in the state of California, he's going to win. Because they're going to say, okay, well, you could have just subdued him, and that's true. They could have subdued him, but the sad part is that when stuff like law is black or white, black and white, the problem is that you cannot take into account the climate that individuals were dealing with, in the community at that time. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who are tired. Listen, they run Walgreens out, right? Is it Walgreens, CVS, all the little drugstores or whatever? Haven't they run a lot of them? Huh?
CVS laying off 5,000 people.
Yes, CVS is laying now 5,000 people. And I wonder, are they all over the US?
Yeah.
Well, I know that a lot of them are on
non-customer facing positions.
non-customer facing. Oh wow. So that means the high money. Hey Marvin, how you doing? So that means that the high paying people are being let go. And that's going to be an amazing downfall. See, let me tell you something. This is what goes on when they start with the high crime and the high theft and all this other stuff. CVS and Walgreens were already being beaten, pummeled in the state of California, for example, during the pandemic, right after the pandemic, excuse me, and every all those little times around there. And yeah, hey Brittany B, love you, princess. And so yeah, they got a whole lot of beating going on. That cat got his behind beat, and I'm telling you, he deserved every stitch. But I already know them folks gonna sue. I already know, Shaq. What do you think? Well, Marvin says, before you give your answer, Marvin says they changed the grand theft laws in California. Yeah. So undoubtedly, Marvin, they changed it in favor of the thief, right? Because I know they sort of dropped the amount down to how much it would be for theft, what would be considered theft, what would not be considered theft. So when I look at that, I'm like, you know what? This is what's so sad about the situation, that it's generally always us. There's also another smash and grab that was taking place, and I believe it was was it at a Bloomingdale's, or it was at a Louis Vuitton store recently? Where was that theft that just went on? It was oh god, let me look. Where
There's
was?
something big happened in New York later before you. I know you hope you play that later about what happened in New York with that big thing that happened on stage with PS5s.
Oh, let me look at that. What was that? Tell me about it. Did you send it to me already?
I think I did, but it was about a social media influencer. He said he had some PS5s. Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm looking at your chat. That's right. It was $9.99 and it's $500. I was actually looking for that on my phone to talk about that grand theft thing, but that's okay.
Okay,
But
okay,
but
but the
in,
PS5s this guy had, Gucci, I think did. Oh, it was Gucci store. I think it was Gucci, and them jokers was going through there snatching that stuff off of there like it was candy, just snatching it down. I was like, look at these people. I could not believe it. But I think America has just lost its mind. But moreover, I should say, not but moreover, I think that it is America, black folk, that's lost their mind, because irregardless of how many other people are doing it, the camera's only catching us. The cameras are only catching us. So what does that mean for us as a culture? We're trash, unfortunately. And that does not, it's not to say that there is a sector of us who's not trash, but if you're looking at it on a large scale, whatever the media unfortunately portrays is what our people then pick up and do even more, even if this stuff is a psyop. Even if it's a psyop, people get a little comfortable. I think that's the reason why we got people comfortable doing all kinds of stuff, like seeing babies on the highway, phantom babies. We haven't talked about that. We haven't been together since the phantom baby.
but yeah, but I do see a lot of things going on here, and with, like I said, this thing in New York. So I think the guy was giving away a limited, obviously, amount of PS5. But something happened in the crowd. I really believe it was probably like some agents, something the daggone calls it, because like me and Shaq was even discussing before we even got on here.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, people give out free stuff all the time. This doesn't happen like it did happen. They were fighting police officers. I mean, it was going down in New York City yesterday.
For a PS5?
Yeah.
Oh no. I cannot believe that. That's
There was other
crazy.
stuff. I think he was giving away free stuff, but obviously they said I think the guy didn't have it. I mean, they were even jumping.
Wait
on
a minute. So this Joker came out saying he had PS5s to give to people, and then he didn't give them out?
No, they don't think he even had it. He was an influencer,
Oh no.
and the people went from loco, and
Oh no.
they were even trying to get his car. They were driving.
Oh no, that's bedlam. I could just only imagine bedlam. Chaos ensues. I can only imagine. Rage Against the Machine said this is a CIA psyop to create chaos and riots. That is exactly what it is. And that's the reason why I pointed out the fact that even if this, smash and grab stuff is a psyop, which I know that it started out with Soros paying all those people back during the COVID-19 situation. And, then everybody picked it up. And then you got little cliques inside of different communities that actually picked that gauntlet up and ran with it. And the sad part is it seems like us. Oh, drop some guns in an alley. Who picks them up? Us. You know what I'm saying? And then bang, bang, all over Chicago, all over Detroit. It's us. Then you let people see you go in the store and take something and change a couple of laws and bend a few laws and go in there and take what you want. Who gets in trouble? The ones that actually are not the actors, us. And so I feel like, I got criticized just recently for always highlighting, what we do. Um, Especially women, what we as, what our Black women do, and how we need to straighten up and fly right. And I do that from a place of compassion. But I don't care with as much stuff. Now I'm pushing the psyops to the side, and I'm looking directly at what we do once we grab a hold of that trash, thinking it's for us, and then they end up throwing the real human in jail, and the actor goes on to the next thing. So I'm gonna keep talking about it as much as I possibly can, because to me, it's just what it needs to be. We need to stop all this. I could not believe when I saw that man getting beat and screaming with them cigarettes in that trash. Shaq, are you still with us?
Well, you know something? Oh, go ahead, Shaq. I'm gonna tell you something that happened to a guy I know
What?
yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Not like Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy that does where his brother did cars. So, he does cars, he does things, and he fixes up cars and sells them. When he went to Hampton, Virginia, which is about, matter of fact, I got to go close to there tomorrow, like 45 minutes to go meet somebody out there tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But his brother went to go sell a car.
Mm.
And because he fixes them up, he does like the paint jobs and things on cars, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But he was really into cars, and he sold them. And somebody called him to sell a car, but when they got to Hampton, they ambushed him and they shot him and killed him.
Oh no!
Yeah, this was happening like Thursday night.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I used to work with the guy, but his brother got killed.
That's the deal. It's just, and you know what? The sad part about it is they're about to do more entitlement stuff. And the entitlement stuff is actually what feeds this. That's what feeds this type of behavior, is the entitlements. They're about to give a whole boatload of entitlements up. Well, they're about to give a whole boatload to the tune of, I think, about $200 billion in entitlements. Hey, Marty.
Well, Wednesday you had a show with Judge and Jay Prince, Jay Prince, and you were talking about what the topic was, about schools indoctrinating children. But the judge was even saying that not only the school what they're doing, but he actually mentioned about basically, which counts into entitlement, because the schools are entitling the children to what they're teaching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're doing it now. I mean, that's why he talked. That's why when he talks about everybody getting a participation trophy, that's entitlement too.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's one of the biggest forms of entitlement, because there's no winner, there's no loser. Everybody wins. Nobody loses.
So it's like, why do good? Why do good if you're only going to get the same? Everybody gets the same thing. So why strive for any higher? Why strive for any better? Why strive for for anything? Why make yourself better, or why pursue greatness if everybody's gonna get the same thing? It doesn't matter. And I think that's what the mindset is. But when I saw this earlier today, where they were talking about, Shaq, did you see this $200 billion they're about to send out to several states in the United States? And we're talking about
I didn't see that yet.
Oh yeah, $200 billion that they're about to pass out to people for their what is it called? The income deal. It's that income thing.
UBI, universal basic income.
Yeah, universal income is what they're about to pass out. So it's $200 billion, and one of your states just might be in there. I know I was alarmed to see my state there, which is the state of Alabama. I was really surprised to see that, because to me, that's a whole bunch of money. And they had a situation there in, let's see, I believe that it was Denver, that they used as sort of like a pilot test. They also used it also in California, and then also in Atlanta, New York. But they referenced this one particular test that they had done with this universal universal income out in Denver, Colorado, where they were giving between $600,000 and $12,000 per annum. And they were like, oh, it just worked wonderful. People felt like they could, breathe, and it gave them all the chances that they need to take care of their bills. And so now we're going to dole out all this money to 24 states in the union. 24 states is going to be even more crippled. And they're going to do this on purpose, because we already know that once you get that entitlement, I just saw a guy go through how you become a person who's dependent. He broke it down. There were 5 different stages of dependency. And when he broke those 5 different stages down, I was like, wow, that sounds exactly like what happened when they was passing out those checks, them stimulus checks. Give them the first one, they're gonna be grateful. Give them the second one, they're gonna want to know if there's gonna be a third one. And you do something for the third time, well, then they feeling like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's all about me. And the third one, well, you owe me. Where is my check? It was supposed to be here on the third, but dude, you did nothing to get it. So what do you guys think about that?
But
Well,
I want to go back to with the store thing, man. I wonder if they, like I said, I asked Benoit, I wonder if they spraying something in the air, man, for these people to store. Because a lot of people been, even with the women down there in Jamaica. Did you hear about this story with the women down in Jamaica? The black woman went down to Jamaica and they got into an argument with one of the other Caribbean
One of the
ladies.
ladies working. I think you sent that to me, BJ.
Yeah.
You sent that to me. Yeah, and they were fighting.
Right. So I'm trying to understand, is it something really in the water, in the air? Why people so aggy where they can't, when you get in these clothes, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I just think black folks need to get it together. But I do honestly feel like, yeah, to answer your question, I do think it's something in the water. I think it's something in the air. I think it's something in the food. I think it's something in the red dye. I think it's something in all of that stuff. I think, right now the sad part is, hey Sandy, you know what I mean? They'll probably call it Nasara exactly. So I think it's something. I think it's something in all of it, even down to the clothing. I understand that there was some stuff inside of the clothing. So in other words, and I want to ask y'all what y'all think about this, because, and even the chat, I want to ask you guys if anybody wants to come up. It's up there in the top. Let me put it back down here again. I want to ask you this. This is how I've been feeling lately. I've been feeling like, of course, that we're definitely at war. There's no question. But I don't think that enough Americans realize what war actually looks like. And so a lot of them they're not thinking that we are. But in my impression, we most assuredly are under siege. I have to say it that way. That's what I think. So and the reason why I'm bringing that up based on what you just asked is because they're putting so much stuff in the food. There are too many recalls now for me to even catch up with. And there are like mountainous amounts. I've got boatloads of recalls. I got boatloads of recalls that's supposed to be coming out tomorrow on Headlines of The Voice. And when I tell you, it's just too many.
They had a recall on Doritos the other day. The nacho cheese one. They had a recall on them the other day. They had a recall on some birth control medication too. So you right there, they have a lot of recalls. Now, what I would say to people, by them recalling things, this goes to show you that the FDA and Food and Drug Administration are genetically inclined, and they are showing you that they are really about to start showing you more. I was listening to the program with Darren Muhammad and Irritated Genie today about 12 o'clock, right? Now they were talking about a lot of this stuff. And you were saying Irritated Genie has a book called War on the Horizon. It's not on the horizon. The war is here.
We in it.
Yeah, we in the war. And I look at it, we got a war of two wars. We in the war of people who want to be in the real world and the virtual reality world. And that's what all this is. Like I told you, this is a streamer that happened up in New York. This is a virtual reality world that we live in. Because even with the girl Lizzo, I mean, the same thing happened. I mean, that was some ultra reality stuff they running on us. That was a game. But it also showed you what they were doing the whole time as well.
I'll get back to y'all. I hear y'all, but I'm over the laptop. It's like going, and that's the first time I ever did stream on my laptop.
Oh, shoot. Well, we can see you. I can see you.
Y'all can see me?
Yeah.
I can't see y'all. I somehow I clicked out the screen. So how the heck I get back? Want me to? Oh man.
Wait a minute, man. Hold on, man.
Oh Lord Jesus.
Wait a minute, hit the camera, man. Wait a minute.
Camera?
No, you on camera. You're on camera if I can see you.
Yeah, y'all can see me, but I can't see y'all. How I get back to the screen though? Shoot. I wonder if it's in Chrome there. Let me see. Hold on.
Might have to hit something. Or come out and come back in.
Okay, this is the Lockhart podcast, perspective podcast.
Go ahead, Miss
Oh my god.
Miss Locke. Are you there? You on mute?
Oops.
Yeah,
I'm talking
yeah.
about, can't you see me? I can see you. You can't see me, but I see you. No, we can't hear you.
No, you was on mute.
Man, I feel like I'm one of the three stooges. Not that you guys would be the other two. I'm just saying. I just feel sometimes I'm like, what am I doing? But listen. Tell me what you think about it. I know always, Sandy. Y'all gotta just stretch your hands toward me and lift your hands up and let's pray. But I don't do that no more. But no, I've just had it. So I think that yeah, there are lots of actors and a lot of this stuff is psyops. But I also feel like, in as much as it's psyops, people do pick up the gauntlet and run with it. That's what I think. Because I feel like if it wasn't going to work, they wouldn't put it on television for the weaker minded or the feeble minded who drink the Michelob Light and the other, what are those filler beers and the 40s and eat the bad food. And even there's white folks that do this too. Now, it's not just us that are eating and ingesting things that are not good for us and then cutting up. I mean, we got it on the whole American front. It's all of us. It's everybody is under attack. The food is killing you or making you ill. Then you've got the air, then you've got the water, and then you've got all these other things. And then you got these kinds of idiots running around here, going in the stores, stealing things, thinking that these people are just going to let their stuff walk out the door with them. They're not going to do that. That man they didn't do that. They whooped him, and how?
Hey, Miss Lockhart. I think you
Yeah.
have some problem getting back to the screen. Hey,
I
Shaq.
see him perfectly.
Oh, Shaq, you see you. That's what I'm
There
trying
we
to
go.
say. You got it?
Y'all gotta understand. I had this laptop brand new. It's the first time I ever clicked on a StreamYard on my laptop, and
You
I'm
got it?
still setting my laptop, but I'm on here, so I'm good.
Okay, because I was about to
working.
say you just go out and come back in because I was like, wow.
Can you see us now? Can you see yourself?
Yeah, it's back. Yeah, I'm back on the screen now. I
Okay,
just clicked
okay,
up at the top right. I had to find it where it was at the top right and get back to the
okay.
Man, it's a great
And
main
show.
Sandy
screen.
and
I'm,
I
I'm
have been
good now.
talking about all of the monkey references as it relates to melanated people over the past year or so. Started with the
Hmm.
monkey glue girl, and now
Hmm.
she says that Lizzo bananas is another monkey reference. They've been doing these little monkey references over the past couple of years. They're keeping a lot of the divisiveness going. Stuff where, because
Hmm.
Sandy's one of my closest friends, and she and I, that Sandy's a white lady. We're very close. We talk to each other a couple of times a week. You know, we meet up for lunch. So I think they're doing a lot of divisive stuff, injecting a lot of subliminal messages, and the food does not hurt. And you know what else don't hurt? The fact that there is no more 4G. If you had a 4G device, that 4G is waning. It is going away. And now that 5G, you see, you got your 4G phone, right?
This only works on Wi-Fi.
You see what I'm saying? And that's how the
Yep.
old one I have is. Now everything, and
Yep.
so I think that 5G, and
That's
now
true.
does
They're going
your
to
phone,
10G.
but does your phone ever
Huh?
tinker over to 6?
No, but they're going to 10G though.
My phone will drop off that 5 and you'll see a small 6, and I'm like flinging it around the house. I just got our house line back up and running.
So you got the five. You got actual 5G phones, Ms. Lockhart.
Much to my chagrin, my
I don't.
phone
I
is
got
now
4G.
not even
I think it's.
supported.
I think my network that I'm with probably supports 5G, like the SIM card probably do, but my phone is actually like 4G.
Sure. It's Shernine Dawson says, "What's up, Shaq and BJ?"
Oh, that's Miss Dawson. Yeah. What up, Miss Dawson?
Hey, Miss
That's
Dawson,
Miss
hit the
Dawson.
link if you want to come. The link is there, Miss Dawson. It's up there at the top. And
Make it a party.
BJ, if you want to share it to your subs, you can definitely. If you've got that button with the availability to share it, you can share it. It should be up to your right hand side to share it to your page. If you want to do that, you're welcome to. But hey Zeb. So yeah, so I think that there are a lot of negative references that are made to divide us. I don't buy into to all of the crap that they're doing. Nonetheless, let's get into another story that I wanted to look at right now. The one other story that I wanted to look at. Hey, Yokanan Bell, how you doing there? Here's the deal. I wanted to talk to you guys also about this overabundant amount of Trank, this Bear Pharmaceuticals back in the 60s
Bear,
put
you talking
out.
about aspirin, Bear?
They're the ones who did Trank was back in the 60s, and
That's right.
it was created specifically as a neurological tranquilizer for animals to help with their pain and to also help with them being able to rest. And so obviously now we all know that there has been a pandemic dealing specifically with this Trank as well as fentanyl, two very powerful and dangerous drugs that are now, sort of hanging out together. And there are an abundant amount of video all over the United States, specifically Philadelphia, Oregon, parts of California, where these individuals are literally animated. They're basically suspended in time, bent in very odd, places, upside down,
Oh,
built
yeah.
over,
The guy was like this. He was stuck in Philadelphia.
and
He was stuck to the wall or something. He couldn't move.
And so I truly and honestly feel like what's going on right now is we are under siege, and I don't care what anybody says. And we're at war. This is a war from the inside out. Ironically, do you remember when we talked about this about maybe 2 or 3 years ago on Judge's
Yep.
show? We were talking about it being a war from the inside out. We could see it. Others on the panel or others that were calling in didn't feel like it. It really was. But I don't know what else you could call it when you have your children that aren't able to go to school without being bombarded with somebody else's ideology being pressed upon them. There is just now another story that I got out just recently, and it was for Maryland, the DMV area, where a child is not able to eat at a fast food restaurant between certain hours. If they do, then there's a penalty of up to $500. And then the establishment, if you take a child into a store between 7:30 and 3 o'clock in certain areas there in Maryland, they are going to fine both the establishment and the parent. And this is a precursor to taking complete control over the child, because they always start with giving you just a little bit of a rule or a regulation to see if you will comply with it. And then after that, they punch it up just a little bit more. So we got to start looking at the stuff that's actually going on.
I live in the DMV region, by the way, so-called DMV.
I know you do.
Yeah,
Did you see that?
and you know what? They've been doing a whole lot of swanky stuff down here. Let me tell you something. About a month ago, I went through a toll.
Mm-hmm.
And matter of fact, the tolls increased on September 1st, by the way. Come think about it. Saturday, September 1st, the tolls go up. Friday, September 1st. But what I did realize, I went to this toll, navigate to a toll, but it's a toll that's like, it's an expressway to get from the south side of Richmond to the Eastern Henrico, like in less than 5 minutes. You go over the bridge, you're already there. Like it's like a super expressway.
Mm-hmm.
And the toll is like $5.50. But the navigation sent it, and I didn't, I kind of like didn't the navigation in a certain way, but they got easy pass cameras to say, hey, you went through this. So they sent me a letter. And I said, okay, well, I just did go through it. I'll pay it. It is what it is. But guess what? When I got it, I said, why is this connected to Maryland tolls? I live in Virginia. They've connected the toll express covering Maryland, DC, and Virginia. That's what I'm looking at, because I live in Virginia. Why would I get something that had Maryland Department of Transportation? And then when I went to Maryland company, they slapped me with the other one they had before. So I had to pay $12 of back toll or something. So I said, you know what? But I said, let me go back up this toll again. I'm going to go ahead and pay the $5. And what I went up to this toll this time, guess what I found out? This time I went there and the navigation didn't take me. I went on my own accord, walked out there. There ain't a single person working at the damn thing. It is so you either put a card or you put in cash in the toll. You think you need to have exact change though.
Wow.
But there ain't nobody working the toll. It ain't nothing but cameras and daggone a machine. There's nobody working there. Matter of fact, down here, we used to have toll booth open all night. After 9 o'clock, daggone, the full service lane closed. So they are open from 6 a.m. to 9 o'clock. That's it. And then after that, free.
So you don't get a chance to speak to anybody unless you. Is there a number you can call?
Yeah, you can call a number.
And is
I
it a
mean,
person or is it automated?
you can call a number. Well, it might. I think it's
Might be
automated.
automated.
It is automated. But
Man, in a minute, I don't know what we're gonna do. I'm telling you, because this stuff's happening like lickety split,
I
lickety
think,
split.
I think the company is called Global Via, something like that.
Well, you remember remember we were talking about this a couple of years ago when we were on the radio. We were talking about it, how there were actually, I brought this up, how the toll roads are owned by companies outside of the United States. There's
Hmm.
a large company outside of the United States that's located over in Spain, and they have toll roads that are funded by them in the state of Texas as well as other places. And the bad part about that is that you're an American citizen paying tolls to these other places. Now that brings up another topic that I know it's not a part of tonight's show, but I gotta get you all's take on it. I talked to Judge about it the other day. The take on the whole, you don't have to be an American citizen to be a police officer in the state of New York, California, and now Illinois, and probably a few other outliers or outlining states. What say you? What do y'all think about this hot rump mess?
Miss Dawes. I mean, Miss Lockhart.
Hmm?
Yep, I just looked it up. It's called Global Via. That's the name of it, and it's got the I just wanna read this to you right quick.
Oh, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Think on what I was mentioning to you guys. So I have a comment ready for when
The,
he's done. Go ahead. Go
the
ahead.
main
Hmm.
the main toll plaza is, get this now. You go these. I mean, this ain't. I mean, you just going. You're in New York City. It's much higher. They trying to go $23 for the toll up there, but a 2-axle is $555. A
Mm-hmm.
3-axle is $685. A
Mm-hmm.
4-axle is $820, and
Mm-hmm.
a 5-axle is $955. So if you think about it, oh, you know what, Miss Lawson, Miss
Give me the name of the company again. I'm in good company if you keep calling me her name. I'm,
yeah,
I'm a blessed woman.
I
Go
was
ahead on and give me
Right.
the name of that company again. I'm
look,
blessed. I ain't even tripping. I take it as a compliment. Give me the name of
global
the company again. Global, Global. Uh-huh.
no V global via.
Okay. By way of global, which sounds like you know who to me whenever I see
Yeah,
that. Is
and
it is
and
it
they got a
public?
number too.
Is it 27?
What
What is it? The name of it? Global via, just global via, and
via?
that's
Yeah.
it. And
Mm-hmm.
okay, so let's put that in there and see what comes up. And it's all one word, global via, the leaders in transporting infrastructures. Okay, so let's look this up here. This is important. And I mean, because hey, we have something that says that you're able to cross, that you're able to go from one place to another. You guys remember when I said that I think it was important for everybody to get back where they were born and make sure that their birth certificate matches their identification. And I could not tell you until I could not articulate why I felt like that in 2019. I don't know if you
Hmm.
guys remember that. We probably have to go back, but I've had a strong urging and feeling like everybody needs to get back where they were born as it relates to the United States. I don't know about outside, but I do know about inside. And the reason why I kept feeling like that, I thought, was because there was going to be something where people were going to prevent you from moving. If you had family somewhere, you weren't going to be able to get there. I venture to say that could it be possible that something like this is going to affect which amendment? It's the one amendment that gives you the right to travel, or the right to move around. Um, and so what I'm saying is, I believe that there's going to be a minute where people are not going to be able to get around anywhere. You're going to be stuck where you are, and they're going to have different. You can't
Watch
travel over
this,
this toll road.
baby.
You can't travel over this toll road because this toll road is owned by XYZ. And yes, even though you do have the right to travel, this is a non-citizen travel toll road, or this is a non-state jurisdiction. Because listen, if you do not have a driver's license, you can drive within your city limits that are not owned by or donated by anybody. For example, I think it's 85 in Atlanta, in Georgia. I believe parts of 85 there's an endowment. Somebody paid for it. And those of you who are in the chat, y'all know I'm never scared of y'all helping check me. Check this out. Somebody just qualify this. There's an area of 85 that is a basic where you have to pay, but that money goes to the person who did the endowment or whatnot. And that road, if you get on a private road like that, you do have to have a driver's license because they make the rules for how you can travel on that road. Do you think that this whole global via and the other country, that other place that on the other country, that these things are all put together to sort of prevent your movement? It's just a question. It's a question. Let me know what you guys think.
But I think it all ties into
Make it a
everything. I've
smart
been
city.
working with these cats, Aboriginals, because it was a story that came out about the Aboriginals. And matter of fact, while you talking about this, it was a story from Australia. The Aborigines from Australia,
Mm-hmm.
when a lot of the foreigners coming there, they gotta acquiesce to the Aboriginals. You can't build here, you can't put nothing here unless you get the permission from the Aboriginals there to do it. And it should be like that
Mm-hmm.
on every landmass. So it's
Mm-hmm.
important for, like what you just said, to go back home and find out your genealogy and see if you are indigenous to America. Are you the Attaches ones? Are you the Aboriginals, the
Mm-hmm.
American Aboriginals of America?
Mm-hmm.
That's key
Mm-hmm.
why
Mm-hmm.
they came up with the eugenics movement in 1907, and with the race theory with Darwinism
Mm-hmm.
and evolution theory, to try to put you
Okay.
take you away from your birthright, which is the land, your
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
family name,
Mm-hmm.
your nationality, and
Mm-hmm.
your
Okay.
land rights. We are the landowners.
Mm-hmm. Look where it's headquarters.
What is it?
It's in
Headquarter.
Spain.
You see that Spain?
Mm-hmm.
Madrid. No, this is Madrid, and there's another. Let me show you the other one too. There's another one. Okay, so this says Torre de Cristal. This is Madrid. Yeah, Madrid. Madrid. This is Madrid, Spain. And then you have an office in the
Mm.
United States. You've got an office in Ireland. You've got an office in Portugal. You've got an office in Costa Rica and Chile. So I ain't got no more to say
Mm.
because
No,
I'm
hey,
I'm
no
seeing
wonder
like
that
all
toll
kinds of
road. No
visions going
wonder
through
that
my
toll road
head.
was getting kind of high. Toll used to be 50 cents. 25 cents.
Yeah, that's what Global View. Our offices. These are their offices. See, you got yeah. So basically, because it doesn't belong to the people who are selling it, because it belongs to the Aboriginal, it is easier for them to now just go on ahead and just sell it all part and parcel. Because see, if you ain't got nothing involved in it, if you don't got no skin in the game, then you can sell it
Mm-hmm.
all off. It ain't yours. That's why. See,
Mm-hmm.
if somebody, if it belonged to them, if it belonged to them, and it was really theirs, they would be a little bit more covered. They wouldn't be easy to sell it out the way that they do. But Spain, Ireland, Portugal, Costa Rica, and Chile. And of course, the United States are where one of the offices are because they partially given us over to everybody else. They got to have an office here to handle some stuff. But now, as you said, they ain't even in the office. They're not even in the toll roads. The UN, Claire. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Clarta. Mm-hmm. So what do you guys
Mm.
think about not having, being pulled over by individuals if you're in the state of Illinois, for example, because it was made law that day. As soon as he signed it, it was immediate, effective immediately. And by he, I mean Pritzker there in Illinois. As soon as this cat signed that into law, that's it. If they're hired, come on in, take your, go through your test, go through the academy, do what you got to do, your due diligence. And now here you go, you're out there on the road. How do you feel about us as citizens having the opportunity to be pulled over by individuals who are not American citizens? And I don't think people understand the levity of this because it seems to go over the head of the youngsters who think, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I stay out of their way, or I don't like none of them. And that's not the point, dear. The point is you got a bunch of folks who don't like you and who will kick in your door, unlike the other folks who are, regular citizens. People who don't know your laws or don't know your rules, they don't care. They'll beat you up and ask questions later. Go ahead. Go ahead, somebody.
Silence is compliance. So if you don't know, you're silent. So we have to put them on notice that we know you're violating our rights, constitutional rights as landowners and as citizens of the Americas, right? We have to put them on notice, man. You can write any paperwork up you want to, but if the people say no, you got to go with the people say. But see, they got too many of us our heads up our butts that we
Mm-hmm.
don't pay attention to things like this. Guys will say, well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
They ain't got nothing to do with me. No, it
Yeah.
do. You live in your family, your ancestors is buried on this soil, in this soil. Then they may got some bridges or something that's on top of them, or some houses, or some
Which is
Walmarts that
sad.
might be on top of them, which is sad.
Which is sad.
AKA Madison Square Garden, which is sad.
Mm. Mm.
You know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
if you don't
And
know,
I
you
think
don't
that's a
know.
problem. That's a big problem. Ms. Dawson says they're doing to hire, oh, they're going to hire people from Ukraine that's over here to be officers because we know they are. You absolutely right, Queen. I'm telling you right now, she ain't wrong. Them folks over there ain't what everybody think they are, especially all the ones that's running around here rocking that yellow and blue. You need to stop it, I say. You don't need to have an alliance or an allegiance with anybody but God.
And you know what? I saw a person with a Ukraine flag in the yard too. I said, "Oh my goodness, they said, look, it was a church down the street from me last year. They said, "We stand with Ukraine." They had this on the flyer. Of
Do they even
church.
know what that region is over there? I mean, what happens to people just not? Are we the only ones who actually look at history? You know what I mean? People who I don't get it. I mean,
Wildly.
do they really know who's over there and what the whole thing is all about? Does anybody realize?
Well, I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said it because guess what?
What?
Remember they were talking about some bio labs over there, right? But there's a biolab center in California right now. They had like 900 mice in there. They had other viruses in there in California. So if people start getting sick in California a lot, that's got something to do with those biolabs. This just came out a couple of days ago.
Oh my gosh.
So if that's in Ukraine, but they also said, even the Speaker McCarthy even said it. That it's not unrelated. They got biolabs. It ain't just no biolabs in no damn California. They got them all around the U.S. probably. They got, I know John Hopkins, dag up there in Maryland, that daggone demonic place. They got some down there. I guarantee they got a biolab in that daggone hospital.
There was something that just recently happened that was dealing with body parts in a place. It was body parts that they were selling. The woman was it at a? She was dealing with a. I believe she worked for a funeral home, and there was also this gentleman who worked for a major university, and he was
Oh,
dealing.
Harvard.
Yes, it was a brother too. Could you see that? I was like, oh, curse is spoiled again. I was hoping that it wasn't. Nobody looked like us. I was like, oh, he looked like us. I was like, oh no. This cat was divvying out parts, man.
Have you heard from him?
I ain't heard from nobody. I ain't seen nothing on the news. All I
Well,
did was
Mama
see him
Shepard.
walking out. Oh,
Well, I say you.
I ain't talking about them folks. Listen, they petty. They petty. I ain't messing with them folk on this panel because they petty. They don't care how big you are. They don't care how teeny. They don't care how many visa bills you gotta pay. They don't pay about.
Man.
They don't care about how regular you are. It don't matter if you're a regular person. Them people, I leave them people alone. I'm telling you right now, I don't mess with them people. And by them people, I mean them people, them two, that one and that one, the ones that's together. And they used to be like in that office and White House and stuff. I don't mess with them two people. I leave them two people alone.
Yeah, hey, look.
I don't even want to talk about who was cooking for him. I don't want to talk about who's cooking for him. I don't want to talk about his brother. I don't want to talk about his brother's letter. Look here. I don't want to talk about who was cooking for him. I don't want to talk about who had his brother's open letter to Twitter about. I don't want to know nothing. I la 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 la.
But I'm saying you ain't heard from the people.
Man,
huh? I ain't playing with them people.
You ain't heard from that daggone nut sitting up there. Sitting up there in Harvard. Daggone, you ain't heard nothing. They might have took him out. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. But they are finding body parts.
Yeah, they are. That's what I'm saying. There was like selling them to the highest bidder, and there was a chick that was selling them, and they had all this stuff going on. Man, this place has just turned into. I truly believe this is hell. And I believe that the good
That's
people like
cool.
you and I believe that the good people like you and myself and Mr. Shaq and everybody in the chat, there's going to be something great for us because eventually we're going to all like say, hey, deuces, something's going to happen and we ain't going to be hanging around. It ain't going to be one of them things that they call the rapture. But I tell you right now, there's going to be a whole 1/3 of bad folks that go up in something like that. That's scriptural right there.
What?
Gonna be
Now, check this
1/3
out.
of bad folks is gonna be
Today,
zapped up
the
out of here.
world,
They looking for
the
something. They're
World
looking for
Health
something from the sky.
Organization,
Mm-hmm.
the World Health
Mm-hmm.
Organization has admitted about
Mm-hmm.
excess deaths. Okay, so I said,
Oh,
wait a minute. So you said, yep, they're admitting this now.
see.
So that's good.
Yeah, they're admitting it, but it's too late because what was they doing
I'm
to
good.
us? Remember that night we did that? We did that. What 2 years ago? We did that back that thing up thing. Remember? Was it back
Oh
that
my
thing up?
God.
You remember what
Yeah,
they
back
did as
that
soon as
thing.
we? Yeah,
Back that
that
thing
thing.
up. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I mean, as soon as we went off the air, I think you was able to share it maybe a couple, 2 or 3 times, and then after that, I was boinked. And they really boinked me. They boinked me without permission. They boinked me without anything to assist. They boinked me. Took the video, told me that was it.
Hey, look,
I had a whole
let me
2
tell you
weeks.
something.
They gave me 2 weeks detention. I couldn't do nothing. And now all of a sudden, by the way, we just want to let you know that there are an overabundant amount of people that seem to be dropping away suddenly. We don't know why, but it could have something to do with the said boinker. And that's what they did. That's what they did. That's what they did. They did that. They did that to us. Remember, we was live. We had a good time. We got off the next day.
I remember.
Remember?
I can tell you. Hey, I can tell you the date. I'm gonna tell you the date. I remember what happened. It was July 10th.
July what? What time was it? July
what?
what? July what?
10th, 2021. I remember the date because I was like, somebody called me. They like, where you at? And I said, I'm dead, go hang it up. I was supposed to be getting ready to go to the movie theaters that night or something like that. And then I said, I gotta finish it. Yeah.
Good night.
And yeah, I was supposed to get.
I got that video now. I still got it because I download everything. I still got the video, and then it's over on another channel. I mean, it's over on another network altogether. It's not even over here anymore, obviously, because they zapped it after they boinked me without permission. But they it's over there, and yeah, Manny Fresh and all of them, and everybody was just all up in arms.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
they were just so excited about it. Everybody was there. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Do it. Do it till you're satisfied. Whatever it is.
They told Bronny James to go ahead and do it too. But guess what? Bronny James, the doctor came out and said he probably won't be able to play basketball no more today. So
after his heart attack?
Yeah, what it is.
Well, how come they don't just do him like they did the fake Jamie Foxx that they trying to peddle with? Try to tell us that that's that man. Lord of mercy. That ain't Tyrone. That ain't Tyrone.
I haven't even watched the movie yet, man. Everybody
man, I ain't telling you nothing about it. I don't want to spoil it, but I'm gonna tell you there's a lot of references in that thing it is loaded with references. It's loaded with so many. You just got to see it. Where is where is? Can I bring up one point? Go ahead.
Bring up one good point about it, though, Shaq. It ain't spoiling. It's more like letting you know. They let you know in the movie everything that we said they were doing, they are doing. The only problem is they are saying that the clone ain't Jamie Foxx. The clone is the people that are part of the experiment. That's what you got out the movie. Okay. If you ever look at it, you take a look.
Mm-hmm.
They are actually showing you everything they say they're doing. They talking about daggone. You got black people on top.
Yes.
You got white people, CIA on the bottom, controlling everything underground. So basically, you the clone, and it basically show you that everything the government said they were doing to you, they did. They showed you in the movie, and then on the same day, that thing came out on Netflix.
Well, listen, did anybody see? I had
on the same day.
Here's the thing, but do you remember? I actually put that up, and you look, I put it up on Instagram a month before. I just put the picture, And host that Flow State, grab that. I tried to reach you. You may have to look in there and see. I sent you an email for you to come earlier this
Oh, I can't
afternoon.
zoom in.
Um,
I'm
you were
studying
like, oh
learning
my
the
goodness, I'm
laptop.
feeling out, finding out all of these new things with this here machine. Flow State, that's for
Loading is
you.
real. Hey,
But
look,
it
I got the touch
is.
screen. I didn't know I got the touch. I can zoom in out this bitch.
Yes.
And mama
Yes.
close? Did they close me?
Yes. Yes. Yes, you could do it. Yes, you could do
Oh,
it.
that boy finna get crazy on this YouTube. Hey, you gonna teach me how to do the
man.
screen shot, boy, cuz.
Listen, I put that thing about Tyrone up on Instagram one whole month beforehand. And do you realize that I had people sending me a message talking about, what is this? And then I said, it's his name. And I said his name. And I was like, it's about a show that he's in. It's about cloning. And they're like, oh, but I don't get it. I'm like, dude, you don't get it? And then the person said, well, I hope he feels better. I said, okay, thanks for reaching out. I'm done. If you don't get it, I'm not going to waste my time. And see, that's where I am right now. That's why I'm so chill about this whole thing, about all of the stuff that we all know. I'm so chill because it's like we broke our necks going live and talking about this thing and all the other stuff that was going on. And we literally saw people that we knew go and do the opposite of what we told them. We being real safe here. We're not doing no words. No words. But my point is, we did our thing. We really did. You know, we were like Cape Crusaders. We was online. We was on the radio telling people, and they still did it. And then come back later and we gotta, now we got to pray for you, intercede for you, lay hands on you from afar or whatever. But it's like, what can we do now? What can we do, dude? We told people not to do stuff and they did it anyway. So now I'm at the point where I'm like, I'm just watching.
Wait a minute now. Hold on.
Okay.
And coming back around because just yesterday on MSNBC, or was it Thursday? One of the day they said, well, it's coming back around. Put your mask back on. I'm like, well, it's 100 degrees outside. Who wants to do that? 90 degrees outside. 90 degrees outside. Do you want to put your mask back on? Are you serious right now?
Yeah, they serious.
I'm like,
they're not joking.
Now they talk about leprosy.
Oh, leprosy. Wait a minute, man. I got the story right yonder. I got it for you because the other day I could not come on her. Let's go ahead and look at that. It's a very short story in that. Here it is. The leprosy is not really what they wanted you to see. Yeah, because there's another disease that it is on the rise with statistics and data that is current. They utilize that story to get everybody fearful. It's like now it's like, if they tell you getting in the shower naked is not good for you. Get in the shower naked. If they they're telling you just standard good old stuff is just not good for you, and they're lying on every front. That's my point. So the stuff that, don't eat watermelon with seeds in it. Go find you some watermelon with some seeds in it.
Oh, fiber's not good for you. Don't eat fiber.
Don't eat any fiber. Fiber is not good for you. Studies have shown. That's we're gonna get a t-shirt. Studies have shown.
Who doing these studies?
Studies have shown. We need to come out with that. Studies have shown.
Yeah, get a t-shirt. Studies have shown. That's all. Studies have shown that if
but it's serious though. With
fiber,
you hit it on the nose.
If you eat fiber, you're gonna be in trouble. And we're not just talking Metamucil here. We're talking serious fiber. We don't eat papayas. Papayas are not good for you. Don't touch the papayas. Run and get you some papayas. If they tell you don't eat any of the pineapples because the organic pineapples have bromelain in them, you don't want that anybody. Run and get a pineapple. Run. Hurry up, run. Flow State. How's it going? Papayas. Go get your papaya.
B17 in it. What is
I never get in the shower naked for that reason. It's very dangerous. I apply the same logic to voting, though. Like, I agree with you. And also, I figure, you know what? If every politician and every skeezy celebrity and everybody who sucks and has people's worst interest at heart is telling me to go vote, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. It's like, if you want me to do it. Oh, you want me to do it? Yeah, I'm not going to do it.
I think it's a placebo activity, especially national results. Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. And Sister Dawson says, do the opposite of whatever they tell you. Absolutely. Yeah, don't touch that. Don't be eating none of those pepita seeds. Leave those pumpkin seeds alone. Because studies have shown Go get you some
Yeah, for
pepitas. Go
sure.
go get you a whole bunch of pumpkin seeds and go ahead on get rid of them worms and help your mind clear out. You're gonna be all right. It's gonna be
You
all
talking about
right.
you talking about eating zinc?
Make
I'm
sure
talking
there's
about eating
seeds
zinc.
in
That's
the
what I'm
fruit,
talking about.
bone in
Oh
the
my
chicken.
God.
That's
Hey,
what I'm
that's
talking
right.
about.
Really?
Wait a
I'm talking
minute.
about that.
That's right. Wait a minute. That's right. Clarita. Make sure there's seeds in the fruit and bone in the chicken. First of all, I ain't eating. Well,
Man.
but they always be talking about these boneless chicken wings. Oh, this boneless.
They be
Oh,
grubbing up. Oh, they're pretty good.
They said bone in, huh? They said bone
They're
in.
pretty good. They're pretty good. And you get the little chicken
Oh,
with the chicken wing. Look, they done broke the bone before you get to it. You be like, I don't think I should eat this. Get a little chicken wing and it's broke. You're like, how did you break the chicken wing? And and who did that? And should I eat this? Should I
but
partake of this
remember,
bone?
remember Shaq, who was one of the number one restaurants that was selling boneless wings? A lot of them now, but
Popeyes.
daggone Buffalo Wild Wings.
Whatever happened to them? Are they still around?
They
Yeah, they
closed
still
one.
around.
Probably.
They,
I quit
they
going
now
there once I turned 21 because I always went there because they would serve me alcohol, and then after I turned 21, I just didn't go there anymore.
but
There you
the
go.
Buffalo Wild Wings is
You can go where you
they
want.
they're on a decline. I mean, because you got so many restaurants and people just having these brunch spots now. They say, hey, let's just have brunch. I mean, everybody wants to do brunch now. So it's kind
Well,
of
here's
like,
the thing. I mean, Buffalo Wild Wings is chicken wings, sushi. These have always been kind of expensive food to fill up on. And now that everything's expensive to eat, people are like, "No, I'm cool. I'll get
I
Taco
just eat at
Bell."
the house. I just eat at the house. And that's so funny to me because we were we I took the boys. They had to do their
not
way.
eat Chick-fil-A.
I can't stand them people anymore. I cannot stand those people anymore. I
Who?
have Chick-fil-A. I don't mess with Chick-fil-A.
Man.
Oh,
I
what
don't
did they
like.
do?
I'm gonna tell you later on, but I don't like them.
They pissed you off.
They done piss me off. And I'm a pretty easygoing person. You got to do something to me. I'm serious because I could take it, with the best of them. But if I could see you just straight up, trying to drag me like this, the little chick, no, I can't. The little chick, that
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing about that.
that little chick,
Yeah, I
that
think
little
that'd be a
chick, it
good
was a little
story.
chick. It was a little chick, and she was. Anyway, let's move along. Yeah. So the boys had to do their weigh-in today, and so they went with the coaches. So they go, they've been playing with all of our families, the coaches and everybody. We've been around each other for ages. So anyway, long story short, the boys go to get their weigh-in, do their weigh-in today, because their jamboree is next weekend. So they go do their weigh-in, and then on the way back, the coaches take the team. One coach takes the team to Burger King, the other takes to McDonald's. Well, we don't eat that. But do you think my boys, we don't eat that? They were like, okay, what are we having? But I thought it was so funny because we don't eat that. And they're cool. I mean, maybe they, I don't know, maybe they ate what they wanted to eat of the fries. Maybe, I don't know, all of it's crap, but they're kids. Okay, we're getting over that. Just here, take some, take a little, little Fletcher's Castoria. But the point that I'm making is that we don't do that. And when we do, it is so very rare. And it may be something like an ice cream cone or something like a DQ or something like it's very rare as we keep lots of fruits and vegetables. But I just thought about how unique that was. You know what I mean? That it just felt foreign when they came back and they had the little bags, a little toy or whatever. It just felt very foreign to me. But my point is that there's just so much stuff right now that we cannot trust and that we shouldn't be messing with, that all I really want. Some days I literally wake up and all I want is a watermelon. I got to comb the town to find me one with seeds in it. When I was back home about 2 months ago, I did get me like 2 or 3 watermelons that all had seeds. Do you realize I could just eat a watermelon the whole day? I could chop it up really nice, put it in in a glass bowl, put it in the refrigerator, and then just go pull out what I need all day. And I don't need nothing else. Is that weird? Am I
Hey,
weird? Is that weird?
That's what they designed for.
hey, look, I want to say this.
What?
Who said that you had to have a traditional pop out stuff? You want to eat watermelon all day like me? Everything it was hot today, so what did I eat? I had 2 peaches, I had me some almonds, I had some blueberries, and that's it.
And you're totally okay. They
I
did
don't
a
think any
story.
of you all are
I'm
okay.
talking
You
about
need to eat meat.
You don't, but
You need to
listen, I'm
eat.
gonna tell you, it's delicious. Don't you think it's delicious, Low State? Just to like you
Yeah,
said,
but
peaches.
if I try to eat watermelon all day, I'm gonna be really hungry and I get hangry. So
Really?
yes, that's not.
With all
You're
that
probably
water?
dehydrated more than you're
Right.
hungry, and I drink a lot of water.
I'm having to
So
stop.
Now that's what I
Okay.
was going to talk about next was the watermelon that was on. I mean, the water that I saw somebody, a woman passed away of the water. And the reason why she died because she drank too much water was not because she drank too much water, but it was because of the fact that there was no minerals in the water. You
not
have
enough
got
salt.
to take a little bit of, like when the boys, I get them a little bit of Celtic salt with the
Celtic
minerals.
salt. What's that?
Celtic salt because it has all the minerals and all the vitamin, everything that they need in it. And I make sure that they drink their water. Put a little bit of salt on their tongue, and I give them their bottle of water, and they're cool with that because that's what you need. It helps the water get into the cells. It literally injects the water into the cells, which is not what happened with this gal because she was just drinking water, 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 and the brain more than likely swelled because the water needed somewhere to go.
I don't think that people in the West, aside from the example you just made, but I think basically everybody gets plenty of salt in the West.
You think the real salt though? I mean, like mineral, because
I guess
not
I don't
all
know that.
salt's
I
the
know
same.
there's table salt and the pink Himalayan salt, which is probably just table salt with tie dye or with dye in it. Um, I don't know. I just sort of assume it's all kind of the same,
Yeah,
but I haven't
yeah.
looked into it, so I don't know what I don't know.
Well, PBS Lover says the mindset of needing meat is the body's need from complex proteins, which can be obtained from the right combination of plant-based foods. And I say I agree with that. I appreciate you for saying that, but I like to use the word plants.
Yeah,
Sounds
plant
They're
good.
based
not
and
plant-based.
plant based is chemicals and pesticides, and it's the synthetic food.
Help me,
I'm
Smithers.
actually I don't believe in the plant-based lifestyle at all. I know a lot of people it's getting trendier and and I see the reason behind it. If you're against large scale farming, I agree it's cruel. I'm not a fan of it, but like you can just look at our biology and understand that we're omnivorous. You can look at human history and behavior, you can look at human biology and go, this is a species that eats both plants and animals. And I don't know what vegans eat in their day-to-day life, but
They eat
9 out of
quite
10.
well. My godmother's vegan, and she
Are
is
you a
healthy as a
vegan?
horse. No way, man.
Okay. Oh yeah,
I just love.
you like fish with that are still alive and have
I
the
just
heads on.
love. Oh yes, I like the fish. That's so delicious, and you just put the whole thing on the grill with the head and everything, and you grill them nice and delicious. Yes, I love that. And on occasion, not anymore because now all the food is so fake. They're pushing out the meat that's not real meat. You sitting up there looking at the steak, and you be like, I don't think each cut of this steak is supposed to be identical. I mean, they literally look like carbon copies. You'd be looking like, I don't think I want this steak.
Mhm.
So you just sort of, you just drinking more water and just trying to, geez whiz, just
You
drinking
know,
more
who puts
water and
up?
eating my fruits and my vegetables the best I can.
That's fluoride,
I'm
not
trying to see how
water.
they pull off the hamburger. How they pull off calling it a hamburger though?
You know what?
How they
That's a
pull that
great
trick off?
point. That is a great point. That's been fucking with me
That's a
for
hell of a trick.
36 years. It's unbearable.
You like, what do you
We
mean
all eat hamburgers.
hamburger?
It don't
What
like
do you
no
mean?
pork, but you eating a hamburger, but it ain't pork.
It's a total gaslight. I think it's a psyop. I don't know what they're doing, but it's terrible.
I wonder where the name came from. Does anybody in the chat know where did the name hamburger? What is the hamburger? Where did it come from? What is the hamburger? Where did it come from? That's
Hamburger.
a good question. That's a good question. Where did the hamburger come from?
Where did the
Where did the
hamburger
ham?
come from?
Where did the hamburger come from? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I'm starting to see bioengineered on the label of a lot of things now. Me too. That's why I got
Yep.
some seeds and stuff.
Hamburg,
That's
Germany.
why I got some seeds. Oh, it came from Hamburg.
Where it is
Hamburg.
thought that 19th century sailors brought back the idea of raw shredded beef after trading with Baltic provinces of Russia.
Mm. Hmm. Hey, Dark Lake revived. Hamburg, Germany, he says. Yes, everybody is on it. Yes, I love that. I love it. Everybody else. I love being of like mind with people. It's an awesome feeling. So now, okay. So we had the gal. She drank the water. Oh my
I'll be right
goodness.
Wow. Wow.
I'll be right back. Is what I was about to say. I forgot that was up there.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. His thumbnail. His
Yeah, wow.
avatar.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
God.
let
Okay,
me
okay,
ask you
okay.
a
I'm all
question,
right.
Lockhart.
I'm back. Huh?
He mentioned the word "sob." He,
Oh.
can you show? Because Shaq hadn't seen it yet. Can you show Shaq the video of what happened in New York City?
Which one?
The one
Oh,
about
me
the thing I
with
told
the
you about the
boy
PS5.
with the PS5s. Okay, yes. Hold on just a
Yeah,
second.
yeah.
Hold on just a second. Let me
What's
get
up,
this.
Frank?
Here, Frank, this is for you. Oh my goodness. There you go, Frank.
Oh shoot.
Whew.
Frank Nitty down there? Tell
Oh,
Frank Nitty come
Frank
join the
Nitty.
party, man.
He coming. Okay,
Man, peace to
so
everybody in the chat, man. Salute, salute.
yes. Okay, so
Thank
here we
y'all.
go. Here it is, the story right here. Influencer faces charges of inciting a riot. So, a social media influence, Kai Sinet, is that the name of the cat? Is facing charges
Yep.
of inciting a riot and promoting an unlawful gathering in New York City after the online streamer drew thousands of his followers, many of them teenagers, with promises of giving away electronics, including a new PS5, a PlayStation. Okay, so the gathering produced a chaos with dozens of people arrested and some jumping atop vehicles, hurtling bottles, and throwing punches. Is it CNAT? How do you say this kid's name? CNAT? CNAT was released early Saturday from
Yep.
the police custody after being issued a desk appearance ticket, which officers issue to require a suspect to appear in court to answer charges, a spokesperson said. Now, this cat is expected to go to court on the 18th of August. That's pretty quick. The mayhem in New York City's Union Square Friday afternoon put further focus on the hold social media influencers have on the people who follow them and fawn over them. Quote, "Our children cannot be raised by social media," Mayor Adams said. Mayor Eric Adams said during a press conference on an unrelated crime. He needs to have several seats. Eric Adams, you need to have several seats because you got a lot of stuff that you need to be fixing up there. Don't be worrying about this. This is a terrible thing, but you need to have several seats. So now the police said they arrested 65 people, including 30 juveniles. Several people were injured, including some with bloody faces. At least 4 people were taken away in ambulances. And 21-year-old Sinet is a video creator with 6.5 million followers on his platform Twitch. On the platform Twitch. It also goes on to say where he regularly live streams. He also boasts 4 million subscribers on YouTube, where he posts videos about daily life and comedy with titles ranging from Fake Hibachi Chef Prank to his most recent offering, I Rented Us Girlfriends in Japan. This sounds to me like somebody's got a really good PR person, and I'm going to tell you why.
Yep.
Look at the picture
Did
of
it
this.
say what he's
Look
charged
at these
with?
people. Inciting a riot or something, but I want you guys to look at this. Look at this. Look at that person's face. Can y'all see that? Can you see the face of the person?
Yes.
You see that? Oh, whoa, oh, stop it. No, get away. Oh, I told you. Oh, you see these people's faces? This is fake.
This
is
is a
fake.
riot. This is supposed to be a riot.
Yeah, he drew thousands to Union Square with promises of giving away a new PlayStation. This is fake.
None of those people look like they're rioting, and I
No,
don't
they
know
look
how
like they're posing.
How did the cops get through that crowd? 2 cops got through that crowd. Everybody's back with their phones. Yeah, that's a fake photo.
It's fake. Everybody is amazed. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Yo, Holmes. Oh my gosh. Yo, Holmes. Oh no.
Did I tell you, Bernard?
Look at all those faces.
I had to
Everybody
have
all the
shoot
way
this
around.
year.
I thought it was a sign. When I told you earlier, it had to be some instigators or crisis actors in there. I told you that earlier. I told you it could be a side now.
I'm gonna wear my white shirt because I outrank you with the blue shirt without any, I outrank you in this heat. I'm gonna outrank you with this because see the outfit that you got on in this one's right here is like I just want to go home. I'm a crisis actor and I think they're making
I don't know. I
barbecue
think the
ribs.
blue outranks the white. The whites look like street beat, and the blue ones look like they're CSI.
It's like no, stop. And this one here, he looks like they got some ribs at Chili's. I gotta check them out.
He's like looking down at this dude's butt in front of him, like
this
dang.
guy here needs to stop eating those donuts.
Yeah,
I told him to quit eating the donuts.
I
Yeah,
know
this
who
is
I'm
all
putting in
fake.
handcuffs later.
No, I'm gonna hold on to his arm. I'm holding his arm. I want you to let him go. Well, I'm holding his arm. I'm holding him. Let him go. This is all fake. The whole entire thing is fake. Ooh, look at that face back there. Ooh, ooh. Are they gonna feed us after this? Where's the catering truck? I think
Is
there's a
that
roach
Ben
coach over
Shapiro
there.
in the very back right corner?
It might be. It might be. It might be. Ooh, these braids is itching. It might be. It might be. It might be. You never know. This is all a mess. This whole thing is a mess. This is all such a lie. Dozens of arrests.
And they be spending millions of dollars on doing these social media, YouTube influencers.
Mm-hmm.
They will spend millions of dollars on stunts to get the right shot.
Well, look, this is
But
what
they
they're
make the
doing.
money back though.
Look right here. Look right here, Shaq. So this is how you know in tandem with the picture that is fake. Police said they arrested 65 people, including 30 juveniles. 65 people, including 30 juveniles. Several people were injured, including some with bloodied faces. At least 4 people were taken away in ambulances. Senate 25 is a video creator with 6.5 million followers on the platform Twitch, where he regularly live streams. This is where you can find this guy. He goes on Twitch. Go to Twitch. This is where you can find him. That's basically his translation. He also boasts 4 million subscribers on YouTube. He's on YouTube. He's got 4 million subscribers. Go over there and find him. Where he posts videos about daily life and comedy with titles ranging from Bake a Bachi Chef Prank to his most recent offering, I Rented Us Girlfriends in Japan. His 299 YouTube videos have amassed more than 276 million views among them. In December, he won the title of Streamer of the Year. And because I'm such a great publicist, I just got all this stuff rolling. And I know you guys are going to come on over here and love him to death. Go on over there and follow him. We're going to have more followers in no time. We got you. We got you.
Well, see, we the puppets. Because we look at the first thing we look at is how many followers, how much subscribers somebody got. And it could be a dope video. But if they ain't got them a lot of subscribers, then we don't watch it. I still watch it because I want the content.
Can we talk about another great marketing campaign recently?
Sure.
The fucking child trafficking movie. What's that one called?
I haven't even seen it. I will not see it. Everybody say hey to Dark Lake.
Sound of Freedom?
Yep, he's there. But what is the name of the movie?
Sound of Freedom?
Sound of Freedom.
That's
Sound
it.
of Freedom.
Did you see it?
No, I didn't see it. It's too much fake suppression.
I don't believe none of it.
They're trying to suppress it. Like, no, they're not. They won't shut up about it. They tried to keep it out of theaters. It's at AMC.
Right.
Yeah, that's really oppressive. Yeah, they were oppressing.
Yeah, it was a AMC because it's AMC theater right down the street.
Well, like AMC doesn't control what movies it shows. Like they were trying to suppress it, and then people made them show it. Get out of here.
Right.
It was all about. It's always about the money. All of this stuff about the money.
There was smoke coming from the TV behind the screen. There was smoke coming out of there. They had to shut it down because of the AC. I'm like, Oh my
All of it's
God.
so contrived. It's so fake. All of it is so fake. And they want us to believe that they care. If they did care, then they would really do their due diligence and do their gig. But then again, that would clear out all of the Washington and the Maryland area, especially Virginia. But I'm bump. All right, we're gonna get into the next story, which is a story that does really concern me, and I want to get your take on it. We're gonna watch a video right quick. Dark Lake. We're
Hi,
gonna
how
watch.
you doing? What's going on?
So we just got through talking about the cat who got a beating. I'm not sure if you got to see it. Yeah, did you see the guy who got beat up because he was in there trying to steal stuff from the 7-Eleven in California?
I heard you
I did
guys
not.
talking about it, but I didn't see it.
Well, I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna circle back to that story. We're gonna pick up this story, and then we're gonna circle back to that one for everybody else who hasn't seen it as well. Actually, why don't we just show the story and then hold off on dialogue and then go into segue into the next story? I think that'll be good because then everybody will be caught up. So let's do that. So it was out of Stockton, California, that 7-Eleven clerks decided that they would open up a can of whoop butt on this dude because, well, his daddy and mama didn't teach him better. And instead of him just going in and taking one pack of cigarettes, this dude goes in and goes ham with the cigarettes. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to look at this first. Let me find this one. Man, a lot of people are getting beaten up lately. That's not good. That's not good at all.
It could be good though. I feel like if there was more violence, there'd be less douchebaggery.
Okay. Well, here's another one. The video shows thieves using a forklift to steal an ATM machine at Sacramento County Credit Union. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to listen, y'all. Let's just watch this. I got to do this because I didn't even see that I had pulled this story, but there's a video, and I want to just see the video. I want to see these dopes try to do this themselves. I just got to see it. All right, so let me find it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Keep going. There it is. All right, you guys, let's take a look at this. Brazen thieves. This could also be a psyop, but who cares? Let's watch it. Oh, I don't want to escape. I don't want to. Hey, leave me alone. Okay, let this pass. As long as I can pass it. I have to block it because I don't want to listen to the music. The music is what usually dings me.
But also, it's a sign of evolution that we are now humans that are afraid of commercials.
I don't want to watch the commercials.
Is that truck with him?
Yeah, it looks like the truck is with them, but wow.
Oh, shit.
Oh, question. Is there money in that part?
Yeah. No, it's inside of the machine underneath the keypad there.
Whoa. Whoa. No, this dude, they planned this really amazingly well.
No, they didn't. They left the license plate on.
Where they get their forklift from? Hold on, man.
You think those are stolen vehicles?
No, man, it has to be stolen.
You think they're stolen though? You think they were stolen vehicles? Think it was
Absolutely.
stolen?
Yeah.
Probably. It looks like too nice of a truck for somebody who's needing to pop ATMs.
Okay, so now let's get on to the other story. I just could not pass that one. I had to watch it. Okay, so no, this is another. There was another story that I wanted us to do. We'll do that one as well, but it's dealing with another clerk who got fired because she decided to take things into her own hands, and that was dealing with the guy who came behind the counter again for cigarettes. So this older woman then told the guy, "Hey, get from back here, get from behind the counter." He took the cigarettes and walked out the store, and her company that she had worked for, which was Circle K for 18 years, went ahead and fired her. And
she
I
got
know
rehired, didn't she?
I'm not sure. I know this story was June 14th. So within the last, month or so, did they bring her back because of the news getting involved?
I didn't pay attention. I just saw a headline, something about an employee who confronted a thief got rehired by the company that fired her. So
well,
I didn't click the link, though. I don't know who it is.
Well, let's go on ahead. And it's an older white woman, very sweet little lady. And she was really heartbroken. She was like, oh, really? Seriously? They fired me over this? And it really was a natural progression of just pushing him out of the way. I don't know. I don't know that this stuff can be taken so many different ways right now. Stuff is so wacky. Okay, so this isn't showing me that one. Let me go back and get you guys the story because I really want him to see this because to me, there's some crazy crap going on. But
Yeah,
this
it
dude
has something
got
to
beat.
do. Yeah, the story has something to do with why I wanted to hop on the show, but I'll talk about it after the video. I haven't
Okay,
seen it
so
yet.
good. So let me get it for you. Hold on. I think that if his mom and daddy had got a hold to him or somebody had gotten a hold to him, he would not have had the issues that he ended up having. So there's that. And I don't understand why I don't have this story. Does anybody know? I know they do, but things get moved around in my computer, and I know that it's not me. Has anybody seen
Hmm.
that type of stuff happen where things get moved around? I get like after I get off tonight, even though I may have had an update last week, all of a
Hmm.
sudden I'll get another cue to update and things move in my computer. Anyway, I could just be tripping.
Maybe
All
you
right, so
should
here with your
disconnect
story.
it from the internet when you're not using it,
Okay.
Oh,
or try
So,
powering it all the way off. A lot of
or
people.
oh, I was gonna say too. Oh, I'm sorry, full state. My bad.
no, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Oh no, I was gonna say maybe. Well, does it also move around on the desktop?
Yeah, stuff moves on my desktop. Stuff moves like if I have a
No.
video that was like a hot video and I title it and name it, I go back, I can't find it. It's like stuff will be moved, stuff will be removed. Oh man, my
Uh,
computer does weird things lately. I don't know
I would
why.
power it all the way off
Okay,
and just to reset that, and then yeah, I mean that's the first thing I would do.
that's what I'm
If
gonna
your
do.
computer's like mine, it's on all the time.
No, I don't keep it on. Generally, I turn it off unless I go to sleep.
Oh,
And I'm like, oh gosh, I forgot to go turn it off. Okay, so here it is. Here's the story. We're gonna take a gander. This, of course, for those of you who are coming in as the 7-Eleven workers, Wallop, a California man who tried to steal a trash can full of cigarettes. And then there's a quote here, whoop his A, exclamation point. So here we go. I'm going to go ahead and keep the volume off. This is courtesy of New York Post. You see him there taking all the cigarettes. Swiping shelves from the 7-Eleven. He's taking as many as he possibly can. He's getting those little wrap things. He's got a whole trash can. Now the employee's like, I don't think so.
that dude come with the stick.
That's how they do it in a country, I'm sure. The brutal altercation has garnered over 14 million views with viewers applauding. Amazing, 100% deserved. I didn't see anything,
fun.
officer. Anyone else see anything? No, yeah, okay, yeah, he just left for some reason. Justice served. This last one is one I like. Wow, that was highly satisfying. I know that he's going to sue, and that's one of the things that we were talking about before was that we know that he's going to sue. Well, okay, go right ahead there. Share with us what's up with this, all of this, Dark Lake.
So I would just like to add, first of all, thank you so much, Lockhart, for having me on the show.
Thank you for
It's
coming. I appreciate you.
Yeah, it's my first time here and on Fight Club and different, shows that we've been on, the same panels. I've always respected your perspective, even if I disagree with some things you've said before. I think that it's very different for to have someone who knows how to project their thoughts in an intellectual way, instead of just partaking in some of the unhealthy ways that people communicate. So I've always appreciated that about you.
And you.
So the thing is, I will admit that was satisfying to watch and that was funny. And I do think he deserved that. However, though, I think there's something else part to it. The reason why I got so many views, the reason why people are just basically, having orgasms watching it is because everybody wants to see a black man. They want to see that happen to a black man. That's my opinion.
Good point.
And I feel like some people are threatened by now. He deserved that. He was 100% in the wrong, right? I just feel like a lot of people are threatened by black men. And so anytime there's something humiliating, caught a black man doing this. See, we told you them black men are like that. Oh, so yeah, he got what he got his upcoming. So you know what? Let's fucking celebrate in it, right? So that leads me to why I wanted to call into to the show.
Come in, yeah, good.
So here's the thing, Lockhart, is that earlier you were saying that there's a war, right? You were saying there's a war But my thing is, I think it's a war pertaining to, it's like a psychological tool of war that we're dealing with.
Okay.
And when you have a situation where, like you said earlier in the show, it seems like, you leave some guns out in an alley, who picks them up? It's us, You have these people, raiding these liquor stores, stealing cigarettes, it's us, da 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 da. And see, I think that thought process is problematic. That is one of the psychological tools of war that we are dealing with. Not just Black people, everyone is dealing with that.
Everyone.
But it's been pervasive amongst Black people ever since we got out of slavery. And what I mean by this is it's a word, susceptible, right? Mm-hmm. And Flow State, I would also like to know what you think about this. The word susceptible, the best definition for the word that I like is open, subject, or unresistant to some stimulus, influence, or agency, right? So when I see people who are in low income areas, and we do have an example, like you put guns in an alleyway, who's going to pick it up? Us. I don't think the term us should be attached to that. Like, there are certain people in certain areas who are susceptible to certain things that projects a particular stimulus.
Absolutely.
Because they're susceptible to those things, right? The psychological warfare is we are attaching what we are identified by, which is color. We are attaching what people in certain conditions are susceptible to our color, and for better or worse, our color, we are defined by our color in this country in a lot of different ways. So when we have a situation where the mass media projects these images of these Black people doing this and these Black people doing that, they're just Black people, but they're not basically categorized in, well, what area do they live in? What are the people who live in that area are going through? Okay, so since they're going through that and they're in this position in that area, those are the people who are more susceptible to reacting that way or doing things like picking up guns out of the boxes. But if you and me, Lockhart, say, that's us, that's Black folks, that's us doing that again, that's some niggas, da 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 da, you know what I'm saying? See, that's why Black people are having a hard time in this, because see what they're doing? And then we Black people play into that. It's basically negating a whole lot of other factors that we're not considering, and then we're attaching it to.
And that's exactly right. That's the reason why what we mentioned earlier ties right into what you're saying, because our point is, they'll do something that is a psyop, that isn't real, that is an actor type thing. Then they'll have individuals who are in our communities, okay, because I'm not removed. I mean, I was raised in California, but I was not rich when I was in California. My daddy and mama was, but I wasn't. So I had to live in other areas. So there would be people in different areas that would then go out and do what they saw done on TV. And it's like, dude, do you realize that that's not us? That's what they want you to think. And the unfortunate piece is, when I get involved in having to say something, my mindset is I'm saying it to the ones who are doing it, who are not even raised in that fashion, not even living in that fashion, but because they are so indoctrinated by what they see in media, they get out here and they try this. I literally know people who have tried certain things that they see in media, and I'm like, are you kidding me? I'll give you case in point. Everybody and their mama, whether it was white, Black, purple, yellow, or green, I'm going to give you the same letter 3 times, PPP. How many of us know somebody who was fumbling around with that? It don't matter what color you were. If you had hustle in you, you was trying it. That is my point. That they were pushing it out there like it was just so easy to do, and it was just so easy. And then you got all of these people who were running out that was actually following that psyop and really running around doing that stuff. And I know people who got caught up with that. I think that's part of it as well. But you make good points. Everything you just said was all valid.
And thank you. And I just wanted to say, in the inverse too, it works the same way. It's not just about Black people. If a person films a white racist cop doing something, right? I don't think that person's actions, that white racist cop's actions, should be attached to the term white cop. Yeah. You feel me?
Yeah. Just be it's a bad guy.
Yeah, it's a psychological warfare. I'm sorry, Flow State.
No,
go ahead, Flow State.
And I mostly agree with you up until it's the attachment point. And I haven't. This is the first I've seen of this story, so I don't know. Maybe it is being attached to Black people in a way that I don't know. But the point of attachment was not in the video. You attached it, right? In your own mind.
Wait,
So to
attached
me,
what? What do you mean? What do you mean exactly? I'm sorry.
that incident was not racially it wasn't attached to any race at all, in my mind at least, until you attached to it. So I think that we as the audience of these things also play a part in the psyop.
Well, okay, I'm not going to argue with that because that I believe
I think
that what you
I
said
sort
is
of
true to a
attached
certain
it
degree.
though.
But
I think
what you
I sort of attached it, didn't I?
what you
Yeah,
said
you
is
did too.
yeah. But what
Yeah.
No,
you
you
said is
did. You
true.
didn't beforehand, but you agreed with him.
Hmm. I think I
But
did
what you
attach it
said,
though.
yeah. But
You know
what you
why I
said.
attached it? I'm
Oh,
gonna tell you
sorry,
why
sorry.
I attached it, Dark Lake. I apologize, babe, but this is why I attached it. Because I attached it not only with black folks, I attached it with black folks in Northern California. I also talked about the fact that the CVS and the Walgreens had been run out, and I believe that was a psyop. That the only people that you saw going in those stores, because that's possibly all they caught, were the psyops first of people going into Walgreens and CVS pulling out everything so much so that they had to pull out of Northern California. And then you had the regular people of that community going in. And again, you had people on cell phones catching folks going in doing it. And I think that I'm going to be very blanketed here, and because this is nothing that people who follow here on this channel do not, this is not going to be new to them. I believe that there is a concerted effort to use melanated people in a way that shifts the direction America goes.
Agree.
And the purpose for me saying that is when I look at things, they always, and I believe that this has been the way for a long time. They shift the narrative with us because they want to invoke some type of sympathy. They want to invoke empathy and sympathy with our people. And I've seen it happen. I mean, like you
From outside, from other races.
Yeah. And then what ends up happening is everybody does suffer. Now, I say this because as being 58 years old, I have watched things over the past several years go from being, well, we have to do this because look, we have to make sure that everybody does not have, you don't have to have ID because there's so many black people who don't have ID. Now, the one thing that we were all taught when we were coming up is get you your what? Your ID. Don't leave the house without your ID. When I was growing up, don't leave the house without, at least back then, it was a dime for a phone call in your pocket. Don't leave the house without your identification. Don't leave the house without a dime because you can pick up a vagrancy. And then it later went up to $1. You can get picked up a vagrancy. You got to have $1 in your pocket, and you got to have you got to make sure you have your ID. We've always had ID, but they used the whole black people in marginalized communities don't have ID, and it's racist. That ain't racist. Now what are we doing? Because all of us got, and not all of us, but the majority of them, the people who actually helped to exact this or to push this. Now what do we have? We have people who are not from here, not having to have ID, now getting the jobs, now able to be actual police officers without having been an American citizen. We actually have people that are driving around on our streets without any documentation and without any ID. They can get welfare with a 30-day hold and get full welfare, everything, until they're able to produce X, Y, or Z, or don't worry, we'll help you get it. But they used us to do this. I think that's very telling, and it lines right up with my philosophy and ideology as it relates to this, as it relates to my stance on every time something happens. They put it in our community, but the ones who are the weakest grab it and run with it. I hope I'm being fair and clear. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Does that make
this is
sense,
probably
Dark
going to
Lake?
piss people off, but I think that's what Black Lives Matter look like to me. Is using black people as a shield. The organization and the sentiment are two different things. The organization was running, getting money for the Democratic Party,
big
buying
time.
mansions, and people, including white people, were following a sentiment, not realizing they're supporting the organization all at once.
Let me ask you, Dark Lake, do you hear, what do you think about what I just said as it relates to what you're sharing?
No, I agree with what you were just saying. Everything. It's just that the thing about what Flow State said I do think he's right to a certain degree. But like I was explaining to him and another gentleman on another show the other day, is that there is a cultural divide in the sense to where
I'm
things
still
that
here, y'all.
we
Go.
things that we know is happening might seem like it's an assumption to you, because when before you sell a product, and let's just
What do
say
you
that
mean?
video, well, this is what I mean. That video, right, that Lockhart showed, let's assume it's a product, right? Before a massive corporation sells a product, they have to do research and they have to know that it's sellable, right? They have to know that people are interested in this type of product, right? Okay, there's an experience that a lot of Black people have had. And this is not all Asians, and this is not all Asian stores, right? But there's an experience that, because I'm from Los Angeles, okay? There's an experience that Black people have with the Asian community, not in general, but only when it comes to the stores, that there's tension there. No. And you laugh because you know it's
No,
true.
It's
I'm
true.
laughing because I've seen
Right,
it.
right.
I've seen it in Kansas City.
Right. Yeah, that's the type of giggle that I got from you. That you was like, yep, yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
So you walk, Black person, you walk into a store, and even the Asian person could be nice, could be a nice person, But everybody, when you a Black man or a Black person walk up in that store, right? Everybody's looking to see if you're gonna steal something.
Yeah.
Particularly if it's owned by some Asian people, right?
Beauty supply stores, especially.
So how I'm correlating it to that example of selling a product is that the powers that be who are behind like funneling this footage out, they know, they are already aware of the tensions between that scenario of a Black person being in an Asian owned store. So that's what I'm saying, is that I think you're right that sometimes Black people do be assuming the race stuff. But I mean, when you have enough experience and you're from certain areas, there's a reason that they're doing everything. And yeah, it's an assumption, but I think intellectually it's a fair assumption to make.
I agree.
Yeah, we can trace this right back. I mean, we can trace it right back. When it go back to the Birth of a Nation that was played in the White House by Woodrow Wilson. And that wasn't just played in the White House in America. That's played that video depiction of a particular so-called, what we call now, a race of people was displayed globally. Did you hear what I just said? Globally. That was supposed to be something
What are you referring
intercontinental.
to?
The Birth of a Nation. When they played the Birth of a Nation in the White House, Woodrow Wilson, I think it was 1915 or 1924, one of them years. They played the Birth of a Nation. So they was birthing a new nation. They was deliberately making someone the bad guy, the criminal element of this country. Projecting that. That's projecting that will this is going to be the criminal element. The majority criminal element is going to be this particular people. They played it in Japan. They played it in Europe. They played it all around the country, all around the globe. And that's why when some people come to America, the image is portrayed that those are criminals. Those guys are criminals. No matter what the age is, those guys are criminals. Now, it don't explain when some of us actually fall into that dang on stereotype and actually do the criminal things that we're being betrayed. Majority of us are being betrayed as. So somebody set that template. And then no matter how many people pile into this country from other ethnic groups, that still is the base template.
I agree. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? No, I agree with
Peace,
you.
Frank.
I agree
Hey,
with you.
Frank Nitty.
Hey, Felicia, thanks for having me on. So I agree with you, man. So on that aspect, but this is another thing I'm gonna point out too. I think a lot of people miss this too, because there's a lot of misnomers and stuff like that when it comes down to stuff like this. Another thing I'm gonna point out is the fact that this is an American dude. I mean, he was wrong for stealing cigarettes and doing all that. He's doing too much. He was wrong for that. Dude was probably either under the influence or something was wrong with the guy, really. But that don't justify the means. But at the same time, the fact is, this guy, I'm gonna point something out too. I think this is a point everybody's missing too. And people is not gonna label this guy this, but they'll label him Black, right? They're not gonna label
You leaving?
They're not gonna label the
Thank
fact.
you for being here. Go ahead.
They're not going to label him the fact that he was an American dude doing this. This is an American man doing this, and these are foreigner people that have their business set up in America, right? Just And the fact is, everybody says it's so satisfying and so refreshing, but see, this is another thing, part of the dehumanizing process that we're dealing with here.
Hey, hold on, bro. Hey, bro, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. No. Lockhart, I have to go. I just want to jump
I'm
off.
so glad you stopped in.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you stopped in. Thank you so much. It was good
Yeah.
to see you. You're welcome to come anytime we're live.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciated the conversation. I think it's a very important topic, and I just really appreciate the time you allow me to be on your channel. Flow State, God bless you, man. You guys have a good day. Peace.
You too, baby.
Peace out, man. But see, and that's another thing too. We can't forget. You know what I'm saying? I'm not justifying, the fact that they're foreigners and they deserve it or anything like that. I'm just saying, this was an American dude doing it. See, and that's another thing I have a problem with too. You know what I mean? We were indigenous to this country, right? So, and the fact is, everybody's like, oh, it's refreshing to see this and that, but this is an American person that got beat. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like I said, he's stealing. I'm not going to justify that, but he's American, man. And at the same time, man, these are foreigner people, and they got, their stuff set up. Would it be this easy for us to get set up in their country and established in their country and have stores and convenience stores and get loans and grants and capital and stuff like that to set up businesses in their country? That's my point. I don't know.
I like your point, because what it's doing is it's making me think a little bit. Hey, Anarchy and Dong GQ. Hey, let me tell you, Nightish, if you're here, I heard you were here. Hey, Precious, if you're in, there's the link to pinned to the top of the chat, and I'd love to have you. Listen, here's what I wanted to say. I'm going to play devil's advocate with what you just said. Because we just got through talking about the police coming into the United States, into Illinois specifically, because they went ahead and made it effective immediately, that if you were not, if you had the ability to work in the United States, not necessarily a citizen, you could become a police officer. Okay, so now listening to what you're saying, I'm going to add a little bit to that. As we all been talking about PSYOP, could that have been a mental, how would you say it, lagger or a placeholder for what's about to happen in the United States? And it doesn't, and that gentleman, as you stated, was an American. So it doesn't take his color away. Take the color away, and that is an American being beaten by somebody who has the ability to live in the United States, quite possibly, or has the ability to own things and has been here for a minute, or maybe he has done something through immigration that allows him the right to be here, not necessarily quote unquote a citizen. So when I hear what you're saying, and I'm privy to things like this, I would have to say, could it be? Could it be? Does that make sense?
It makes a ton of sense. And that's part of the problem with having such a democratic view or approach to things, is that you can sell your capital to foreign investors. You can open your home to anybody, and not everybody has that viewpoint. But sort of in the same thread, I think that one thing that I've hated the whole time that this crime spree has been going on in the West Coast is, at the same time that they stopped arresting people for crimes where there are victims, they legalize drugs, basically.
Oh man.
So, and I you probably heard me say, I think all drugs should be legal. That's a big thing for me. I don't like the war on drugs. But now you've got these two optics running simultaneously, and people are going, well, of course we need to keep drugs illegal. Look at California. It's like, man.
Well, I believe that that segues politely and very good to it takes us right to our next topic that we are going to look at, and that is the fact that there is many areas in the United States that have drug zones where they're not only utilizing the drugs, but they're actually facilitating them, using them by giving them the paraphernalia that they need to quote unquote keep them safe while using it. Meanwhile, it's taking up swaths of retail area. It's blending out into the neighborhoods that are surrounding those retail areas. And there are a bevy of people who are being shoveled up and taken away dead daily in alleys, as well as other areas in the United States. And so this whole thought of keeping the drugs legal or letting people use them in certain areas that may have started out in California, started obviously Oregon and all this other stuff. We're going to take a look at the trend that is Trank. Oh, Dr. Dawson, how are you? It's good to see you. So happy to have you with us tonight, ma'am. And so, yeah, so I do want to take a look at that because this is an issue that we have, and that's why I said earlier I feel like we are under siege, and I feel like America is at war, and I feel like not only are we at war, but we are being taken over at war from the inside out with the utilization of our laws. We're being handicapped with our own laws because they not only do it on a federal level and have executive orders, but they're also able now to put in place specific mayors and governors in certain cities and states that would afford the powers that be the opportunity to inject what they want by the utilization of the pen. I will never forget a very, very well noted statement that was said by President Obama when he said, "Hey, look, I don't need any of you guys in Congress. All I need is my ink pen and my BlackBerry." Lead the pen. The link is pinned to the top of the chat, Lee. So he didn't need anything but an ink pen, and I think that will have a reverberation of an echo throughout time because that's exactly what they've done. They've legalized drugs in a certain area and then giving them the things that they want by saying, "But it's just for your good. It's for your good. We're
Right.
going to help you. We're going to give you these screens. We're going to give you these needles. We're going to make sure that you're able to just go in this area and do what you want." But if you could look at what we're about to look at in a few seconds here, after we allow Ms. Dawson to say, to give some feedback on this, I think it's going to be very telling as to the fact that we are all in this at the same time. Everybody is under siege. Hello, Ms. Dawson. How are you?
Oh, hello, Miss Lockhart. Hello, everyone. I'm glad you opened up the panel. But I agree with what you stated earlier. As someone who's kind of been boots on the ground in the community as well as being, in the medical profession, I agree with what you stated. They use I'm just saying our people, they use our people, our culture people to push every agenda that they need to push. And then if you notice now during this administration, everything that's happened horrible in a lot of these major cities, like I live in Houston, right?
Mm.
So we have a
Oh.
black mayor, and our crime has never been worse. We rank number 5 for crime. They came down on us talking about we was one of the dirtiest cities because we held the NCAA tournament here. You talk about what's going on in Chicago with the crime, the illegals. A lot what's going on in Washington D.C. We know what color she is. New Orleans, they were trying to recall her. Actually, that's a friend of my cousin's in New Orleans. They were trying to recall her as a mayor because the crime is so bad there. So everything they try to push, crime is rampant, or we incarcerating too many people. They make us the face of it.
Yes.
We're being used as the punching bag to get their agendas pushed, and all it's doing is hurting us. But nobody talks about the number of people who have been evicted in our community.
I
Nobody
have
talks about that.
unbelievable thoughts on that. And
They're,
you
yeah.
know what? I'm going to show you something because I'm going to show you this because this video that I'm about to show you, you hit the nail on the proverbial head with that. I made this, and when I made it, I was dealing with some specific stats that were given at that particular time. But the reason why I pushed it, because in my gut, something told me that this was going to be worse than we could ever imagine. And it is worse than we could have ever imagined. It was a few years ago that I made this, and now it's not being talked about, but the numbers are absolutely staggering. And I'm going to give it to you guys right here. We're going to watch this for just a quick second, you guys. And I'm going to pause it because I feel like, again, remember, while we're looking at this video, it was dealing with specific things at that time. However, my point was the homelessness in where my family's from, you all know, Louisiana and the coast. So here we go. Let me make sure you guys can see it. Let me pot it up for you. Hold on. And I'm glad you brought that up. Everything that you said is so absolutely right. And it's sad because to me, I feel like that's my issue with this place now that it is taken over, basically, because if you're from Louisiana and you're from the coast and you're from certain areas, we already know who we are. We already know who we are. We already know. I know who I am, And it just bothers me that they're using us. And then after they're done using you, they throw you to the side because they really only needed you as a pawn. And that's exactly what's up. So this is called In the Not So Distant Future. In the not so distant future, I can see a storm, and that storm is not a very pretty sight. Since March 13th and before, we were already on the decline here in the United States. The fear of the unknown affected us in February, and then it began to get increasingly worse by the time the announcement came that our country would close. But in the not so distant future, I see a storm. The storm that I see is not even the vaccinations that we've heard about. It's not the continuance of COVID-19. It's even with those things. The problems that our country will face very soon are going to affect all of us. In the state of Louisiana, for example, in the next few months, their expectation of 1/3 of their populace being displaced, homeless, or losing their place to live, the inability to pay their rent or their mortgage, they expect it to be a very real possibility. 300,000 humans, Americans, people. For a country that has done more for illegal individuals to have this type of problem in their midst and not have a safety net for people who can't afford to live anymore, especially in light of the fact that their own government decided to close for something that was as contractable as the flu, is disheartening at best. To know that these individuals will not have anywhere to go and to be able to just gloss it over as, well, it's not me, is sad. We don't have any help for our own. And if you care, please pray for your brothers and sisters and your family members and friends and the other humans in the state next to you, above you, below you. Please pray. Please ask God to be with them, to protect them, to help them. Please ask for God to prevent them from being in harm's way, protect their children, prevent their children from being stripped from them because of the family's inability to take care of them. Please pray. Please pray and ask that there be some help somewhere that can do the exact same thing that was done for all of the illegal people who stormed through our borders, our southern borders. Please pray. Please pray that there is an America for them, the same way there was an America for them. Please pray. Ask God to help them find refuge, to find some place to lay their heads in the next couple of months. Please pray for them to gain employment. Please pray for there to be some place for them to work. Please pray. Because if you don't pray and if you don't intercede for the people who live next door to you, then if not for the grace of God, there you go. There goes I. This is Felicia Lockhart, and this has been the Lockhart Perspective. So that video I put together, but it is now even more catastrophic than it was then. And the reason why is because it's not being covered in any of our major media. We're not hearing, maybe locally because they can't avoid it, but nationally, no one is hearing about the displaced people. There's going to be an insurmountable amount of folks without housing. Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, California, Oregon, every place that you have had these individuals running amok. And I say individuals because what they've done is they put women in places that, they've given them positions. A lot of these people are not voted in. Some people have voted them in, but for the most part, some of these people are dropped down where they're supposed to be to do exactly what they're doing now. And that is sitting back, chilling, letting stuff go on. Miss Dawson, go ahead.
Oh, okay, yes. So I'm glad you played that video. So yeah, they not mentioning the a lot of the evictions that are going on. So I'm just talking about here locally. Like you said, it's not in national news because we're fighting things locally here. We're going to create some stakeholder groups, and I just want to oblige everybody. I always believe we need to help our own, right? Yeah, I'm a nurse, but I saw what was going on in those schools, and we created an after school tutoring program for youth. We ran for 5 years, and we got our students up to par academically where they could be.
Good.
So when you have these people, like you say, they drop and put in place, it decimates our community. And these are people who look just like us. So they had a school board here. This was in that it made national news because we were one of the largest school districts, HISD, in the United States. And it was ran majority by Black and Hispanics. And all the states said, hey, help the schools that are failing. If these schools are failing for 5 years, give them help, money, resources. They would never do it. And the board was Black and Hispanic. So when the state came in, everybody just started hooping, hollering, yelling. Now they're mad because the state has taken over and did what they were supposed to do. So I made it clear when I spoke at one of the events to let the people know it's not racism. When people look like you know how they say all your kin folks ain't your skin folks.
Yep.
When it's the same people that look like you that represent your district, it's the district majority Black and Hispanic, and the board is majority Black and Hispanic, and they don't want to provide those resources. How can we holler as racism? See, it's a setup for us to fail. You get what I'm saying? So guess what Governor Abbott does here? Okay, y'all don't want to do right. We gonna come in. Not only they coming in the school district, they didn't pass laws. They finna come in community colleges now. You're not educating these kids. You're not getting them through. We coming in. They finna start coming in with the city. The city didn't do right by the Harvey money. Guess what? The governor came in and took it over. They finna start coming in cities and counties. So when we try to be these Democrat liberals and all of this, we have to realize we being used as pawns. It's like Malcolm X said, when you keep voting for a particular party that does nothing to you, you are a traitor to your own people.
Oh no.
And so I don't understand how a lot of our people are stuck in this Stockholm syndrome. Now I'm going to Austin on August 22nd. When our nonprofit and other things in the community got recognized, and I don't mean to be taking over your show.
No, you're welcome to share.
You know, what's happening, boots on the ground, real life, what we dealing with that don't get publicized, right? Because these liberal Democrat politicians, they fight us, they attack us, they come at us in every which way. Okay. You know, think it's true, go look up Misha Minor while she switched over to the Republican Party. We went to Austin, testified in front of the education committee about what was going on in education. You know who welcomed us?
Who?
And who didn't welcome us? Well, the governor Abbott, he definitely welcomed us, gave us awards and everything.
Republicans welcomed you.
But the Democrats, did they welcome us?
No.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Because they're a part of the agenda.
Exactly. So we're trying to get people to understand you really voting for your own demise. Just because somebody Black or look like you vote blue, no matter who, we can't keep going down that trajectory. And we talking about homelessness and eviction. 2050, they said our wealth's going to be what? Zero.
Zero. Absolutely
so we're gonna
zero.
Go to Austin and work on some policy with the Republicans and try to bring it back to our community to try to get them out of this. I don't know. I don't know what you call it. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know if it's slavery. How can you just be stuck like that? I mean, how are you? I mean, maybe because I'm a nurse, right? I was taught to think out the box, but I think I always thought out the box. I
But you
don't.
know what? You are being a nurse. I wanted to ask you, what about the numbers that I just did a report on where they were talking about the fact that Houston has, and I listen, I have another reason why I think numbers are escalating in certain for certain illnesses. I'm going to say that and put that to the side.
Mhm.
And so even when I quote this to you, no, thank you, Don GQ. I hope it's nice. Just send it to me at that email address. I'd love to see it. Um, what it is they were talking about the fact that women in Houston right now have the highest percentage in syphilis. However, what I will say is about 2 years ago, I had done a study on babies that are born with syphilis, and I'd pulled that, and we had done a show on that, and we
Mhm.
talked about that in Houston. These numbers, do you know anything about how they're categorizing these? Where are they gleaning these numbers? What, are these people coming in from the out of the, how are they just all these women? I think it was like a 200% increase, and I could be under or over there a bit, but it was a huge increase from from the 2019 numbers. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I don't understand. Well, again, I have my own philosophy that's over there in that back corner that I put stuff, because I think that there was a vehicle that they used to push a lot of diseases into people's bodies, but I ain't gonna say what I
Yeah.
really, really think. But I just wanted to ask you about that from the medical standpoint. Well, you know how my mind is, BJ. I don't trust nobody.
Hey,
If
look,
you tell me,
but you
you
can't
tell
though.
me, you see what I'm saying? You tell me all of these people that are females that have this. Okay, so now I look at the statistics. We can talk about that topic for face value. But then over here on the other side of my brain, I'm like, yo, wait a minute. How is it rised? How is it arisen all over the world? This thing has risen over the world. The same with HIV. What else has the world partaken of late? Where everybody in the world is one common denominator. And I'm going to leave that there. I do want to ask you about that from a medical standpoint. What are with those numbers?
Well, you putting two and two together, right? Kind of what you said, what I
Mm-hmm.
was being said. But if that's really true, because I don't know if y'all knew here, so even when COVID was going on, the governor had to come down on a lot of health departments, especially in liberal cities like Houston, right? Not so much in Dallas, where they kind of in other areas where they're still Republican, because they were inflating the numbers. So even in the hospital, if it was an outbreak for certain things, it's kind of, we knew how to mitigate that before they got out of control. So you mean to tell me some went up 125 to 200% and nobody ever caught that?
You see?
That's not how that works. That means that it's a what we call it is it's a epidemic, or what is the
Endemic.
endemic? Yeah, and the epidemiologists have to get involved. The microbiologists got to get involved. We got to be all hands on deck. So is that really true? And I'm thinking too, y'all, is this a way to tell people to stop having kids since you can't really have abortion in the state of Texas? I don't know. And it's a lot of factors that you got to look at. So I wouldn't so much believe that here. I mean, I've been in a hospital where I know I've seen the epidemic happen, and literally the CDC came down. That didn't end up in the news, and we knew what was going on in the hospital. Of course, we couldn't say anything because of HIPAA, right?
Correct.
But that was real quiet, and that was serious. That was really serious. Those people who cross that border and come in here with that TB, is that nurses who have TB. I got contracted a form of rare meningitis that could have killed me. That's why we kept asking for nurses as hazardous pay. When we were going through all that, there was an epidemic. Did we hear anything about that?
No,
Us
that's
big,
not say heroes work here. That's what happened.
yeah, but
Well,
you got attacked when you didn't want to take that device.
that thing. that booger, that
It
booger,
is,
that
and it
booger.
is a device, by the way. It actually is a device, by the way. That actually is an
Yeah, it
actual
is. It
statement.
is. We ain't gonna talk about that because you remember what happened the last time we talked about that to us over on these parts. Now we can't afford to do it because I got two channels stuck to one channel right now, so we can't do that. But you remember that night we talked about them things. Listen,
What's that?
right now we're gonna go right into the animal sedative trank worsening overdose crisis as it spreads across the country. The funny thing is that you give people the bazooka, and then when they hurt themselves, we go, look, this is terrible. No, this is America. Let me go ahead and bring this up for you guys. Can you all see it on that side thus far?
Are we staying in the homelessness crisis, or are we moving past it?
No, we're
Because I
dealing
got
with
something.
both. But you're
Okay,
welcome to
okay.
go ahead and talk about the homelessness crisis while I'll pause this right here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna point out that I pay attention to. I've been interested in buying real estate for a year or so now, so I'm kind of watching because obviously the dollar is getting worse, the economy is getting worse, and I'm waiting for the market to crash. But every homeowner around me has, even people who aren't selling their houses, they're getting offers to buy their house left and right. Every homeowner's getting offers on their house. I know people. I mean, every municipality. I watch the local politics on YouTube. They stream it. They're all putting in low income housing all over the KC metro area. There's just everything is moving in the housing market to keep single family homes elevated and to increase the supply of low income apartment complexes, basically. So it's the fourth industrial revolution. And also right now we've got our power company in Kansas trying to raise the prices of electricity 4% in urban areas, 24% in suburban and rural areas. So it's people are getting herded into tighter spaces. I'm
Yeah, they're
sure
being pushed into those areas, right? Into the regular apartment complex areas coming out of the rural community.
Yep.
Okay,
You,
I want to say
Get them off the land. It's part of Agenda 21.
yeah, yes. Well, now we're into 2030, aren't we? We're headed right into 2030.
Oh yeah, that's the old one.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something real quick about the homeless?
Go right ahead.
What's going on, y'all?
Hey.
Charmaine, how you doing? All right, so look. Okay, so look. Yeah, okay. So the thing about this homeless thing is, we talk about this just like Karen Bass. She implemented. She's the new mayor out here. I think she really stole the election with her. That's another topic, though.
She's been out there since I lived in California, since I was a young girl.
You gotta watch out for Karen Bass. She's not for us at all. She for the Hispanics, really. But anyway, that's another topic too. So look, okay, so she the mayor, right? She implemented billions of dollars of towards the homeless population and to get them together and everything, which is all right. And it's another thing. Nixon or Reagan, one of the two, what I'm saying, they shut down a lot of a lot of those places to where the mentally unstable people could get help in treatment centers and stuff like that too. That's another thing too. That's another reason why the homeless places, it's all.
Well, Obama got rid of all of the state hospitals.
Okay.
The majority of the state hospitals went under his administration, where everybody was then, okay, you're better now. Well, now we see what they are. Now they're like the commissioner of energy and all that other stuff in the government.
Do you see how both parties kind of like play into this different, just like NAFTA with Bill Clinton and Reagan in the 80s are outsourcing the jobs. It's both.
Right.
They're playing games. Okay, so it's another thing too. Okay, so we talk about homeless, which is a real crisis right now in California and other states. But what about rent control? Nobody wants to talk about those two words, rent control.
They had it in California in certain areas, didn't they?
It's not valid no more. It's crazy, man. And that's the thing too. That's why a lot of these people are homeless because of rent control.
They had rent control in Long Beach for years and in certain pockets of Los Angeles County. So you're saying that it's not around anymore. They've gotten rid of it in Cali.
It's not rampant like it should be. It's not like it should be. You know what I'm saying? Because
Disagree.
That's another thing too, man. It's like, see, there's certain problems, but we don't, a lot of times, what I'm saying, the news and a lot of the details to what made the problem aren't going to be addressed. You see what I'm saying? It's like, so, the rabbit hole just goes that much deeper. You see what I'm saying? And we're not going to really, because these politicians are here to distract us. These clergy, they're here to distract us. You
Oh
see what I'm
boy.
saying?
Oh,
And these entertainers are here to distract
Yeah, the clergy are. I'm being that out. Being that that's my shtick and one of my degrees. I'm like, yeah, I'm not too happy with any of that. I'm glad I'm not a part of it anymore. But my point
you.
is, they are part and parcel of the reason why the communities that you're referencing are in the exact shamble you're talking about. You see what I mean? The shambles that we're talking about is because of them. Now, I could dig deep and I could say, okay, that's because a lot of them are Greek. A lot of them are from fraternities. A lot of them are Masons. A lot of them are XYZ. And so that means that if you boil all the water in that pot down, they are the problem. They are part of the problem. They're the lower on the totem pole, but they think that because they've arisen and they're a part of the group now that they are it, but they're not it. They're the do boys. And they are the ones that go, they the do boys. All of them is the do
Who are you
boys.
talking about?
Everyone, the do boys, these do boys, and the Newts and all of them, those are the do boys. All of them, and they all think that because they are a part of these different fraternities that are, aligned with Masons, they think that they are really it. You got the mayors and the governors that are of certain areas and different people who are on city councils. These cats are all shrouded in secrecy. Every single one of them are shrouded in secrecy. And they are, just because they look like you and me does not mean that they give a rip about their own, doesn't mean that they give a rip about those in the community. And what it inevitably does is it damages the United States as a whole, because if you get enough of that going all over the US, you see what is exactly happening right now. I think that the video that we're about to look at, plus the things that we've already talked about, if we take a bird's eye view, America's in trouble.
Mm.
can I ask
We got to come
you
back to rent control at some point, though. We can't let
Okay,
rent control
so
just run by.
now I know that rent control in California was a thing.
Let
That's
me
where
let
Frank
me
is
say
from.
one thing.
It was a thing. And he says that it's not in certain areas. It's probably sticky. But going, yeah, Flow State first, and then King BJ. Go ahead, Flow State.
Well, rent control, just if you understand the economics of how this stuff works, rent control just removes the free exchange from individuals, so that now private parties can't make individually beneficial decisions for themselves. It removes all that authority, puts it in the government. If you have rent controls imposed, then landlords can't then you've got a situation where landlords aren't making money, right? That pushes them out of the business. Who steps in? It's HUD. HUD steps in. Now you've got government run housing, because private parties got out of the housing market. And the great thing about having private landlords, is that owning rental property is one of the very few ways that people who are not wealthy can stack up income producing assets. And so that little bridge from middle class to maybe upper middle class, that gets removed and just put in the hands of the government, and then you got shit housing that.
Well, I don't agree with that. Like, when rent control is to make sure that they don't run your rent up to astronomical numbers. Like sometimes, I didn't heard people get their rent going up $500. I mean, for the correct regular common person, man, people can't afford that. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're making 2 times the rent, what if it does go up $400? Then you just barely. I don't.
Then you don't live in that apartment complex.
No, I think you
The
guys are
rent won't
talking
stay high
about,
if people don't live there.
but I think you guys are talking about two totally different things. And here's why I say this, because I lived in California. The rent control there was to prevent people from doing what they're doing now, making the prices so high
Right.
that it creates homelessness. And see, in
Well, I
California,
understand.
the prices for a house right now, oh my God. And rent control
I
prevented
understand the
them from doing that.
problem. I understand the problem, but it's a very short-term look at solutions. Um, and I believe it's exactly what people are supposed to be demanding, is rent control. So the government takes it over. But you got to understand, all these economic problems, they all boil back to government. So to demand help from the source of the problems, and say, take away these people's rights so they quit dicking me over, from the people who are really kind of stirring the pot in the first place, and in some cases directly causing it. It's just long term, big picture. It's gonna backfire.
In this case right now, it will all backfire.
That's what it's
and
supposed.
and
That's
he,
it's all by design, though.
and it's by design. And so let me just say this. You know, Chocolate Bunny just put something in in the chat, and she says my rent went up from $800 to $1,200. How? And that is what in California rent control was to prevent. In other words, if the cost of living is at X, then the rent is at X. But if you're not getting a bigger, if the income of said individuals in a community has not, gone up, you cannot tangibly charge them $400 more. Where are they getting it? And in other words,
Right.
what you're telling them is get the hell out. That's what
Right.
you're saying.
And that would
Because
put a private party out of business.
but
Not
the
necessarily.
private party out of business is now BlackRock. See, that's what we're not factoring in.
Right.
You've got BlackRock, you've got all of these other organizations that are
Right.
now coming in that are now a blanket. See, BlackRock has not just purchased certain areas, they have purchased throughout the United States because of the way that our laws have been bent. So when you take BlackRock and you put them in a circumstance where now they can just buy everything and anything, every private house, everything. Do you realize that in your communities right now throughout the United States, you used to have certain apartment complexes that were owned by whether it be Legacy Apartments or this company or that company. These companies have now been purchased by BlackRock.
Yes.
So in other
But
words,
but first they purchased the politicians.
well, but see, we're past that now.
We are
Because
past that.
you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We're past that now. Now we're looking at people like you and me and BJ and people who, holding on to your house note because you know that you don't even own it, but you're holding on to it for dear life.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
Don't sell your house.
you see what I'm saying? Meanwhile, they're driving up the property all over the place, but the value of the property is not even worth what they're driving it to, but it is an effort to crash it. So the effort is to come in to crash the United States, to have an overabundant amount of homeless people who are now saying, give me my pittance, sir, give me my bread.
That's why they're
Please
bringing
help
the
me.
immigrants in. That's why
Right.
they're bringing the immigrants in to replace you, because a citizen, you make them a citizen. You know what a citizen really means? Citizen really means sitting in for you to replace you. You know what I'm saying? It's like these people are clever. You know what I'm saying? They're clever what they're doing, man. They've been doing this for a long time. This is by design. It's been playing like the 20 was it
But to
Agenda
close
21.
states,
It's
but
and what's the other one? The King
20, it's
Alfred plan.
2020, it's 2021, it's 2030, it's 2050. All you got to do is go to their website. They ain't hiding it. I mean,
Right.
they ain't hiding
What
it.
about
Ain't
the-
nobody. We're not talking about nothing that we can't just go to their website right now, pull up and read it. I mean, you can even download the PDF, and they don't even ask no
Klaus
questions.
Schwab has a ton of
You
books.
see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
They're telling you what they are going to do. They're telling you what they want to do. The problem with it is that we got 6 or 7 of us up in here right now. We know it. We scream it. We holler it to the highest degree. We're screaming and yelling all the way to the highest degree, but ain't nobody listening.
And I
Ain't
think
nobody
we're
listening.
too divided as American people too. We too divided. Like there's too many. And see, that's what the government did. They gave us religion. They gave you race. They gave you gender. They gave you all these different division tools to divide you. To where, you know what I'm saying, we're not going to come together when it really is time to come together. That's why they try to do this gun legislation to take away guns.
Mhm.
It's not like rocket science. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
This is like this is chess, not checkers.
Mhm.
Yep.
You see what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And this is the domino
Absolutely.
effect, and the dominoes
Absolutely.
are crash right now. You see what I'm saying?
David Murphy just said it here, the Indian Removal Act. Let's talk about that. Listen, if we really want to get down to the brass tacks, and I don't mind peeling all of the leather back until I get down to the brass tacks. I don't mind that at all. The point is that treaty after treaty, kicked to the side. One more treaty, kicked it to the side. Change the name of the treaty and then do something else and bring it up again. After you bring the treaty up 3, 4, 5 more times, and then you switch it again. Then you take a whole bunch. You take 3 shells, put 1 ball under them, and then you move them around. You say, now where's your treaty? Now where's your promise? Now where's this or that? So now what we're looking at is the culmination of this. What is on the screen right here? It's the culmination. It started there. Why? Because slowly but surely, your enemy has the patience of Job, and slowly but surely, your enemy will outstand you. He will outstand you. We'll be sitting around here frolicking in the tulips, going all over the place, having a darn good time, thinking there's nothing wrong. We got free weed. Come try the weed in California. Then come try this over here. And if you want to do this, come over here in Oregon. You can use it all you want. We're going to give you all the screens and everything you need. And look, we're going to give you this. We're going to if you go to jail, don't worry. It's going to be catch and release. We don't need you in there. You're a good guy. We just want you to take this and promise to come back on this day. It's all right. Don't worry about all the fact that we got 1,875 boxes of stuff that this cat has hidden in the University of Delaware. We're going to focus on this cat's 2 or 3 or 12 documents. We ain't going to worry about, we ain't going to look, oh, who cares that they all coming in on the border? We going to give you $1,200 checks. So everybody just shut up and let us keep doing what we're doing. The issue is, this is a plan that has been enacted since so long, and they know what they're doing and they're rolling it. Our problem is enough of us ain't awake. Enough of us get awake and say, well, there's nothing I could do about it. Ain't nothing I can do. I do the best that I can. I mean, what they want me to do about it, I just get up and go to work every day. I truly and honestly do believe what I just got through saying early on in the show, and that is that this is hell. Why? Because you got everybody doing the exact same thing every single day just to live. You are paying just to live. You don't even own the land your house is on unless you own the land your house is on.
And then you still got to pay rent to own your land.
But you see what I'm saying? So the whole entire thing does boil down to now where we are is BlackRock enveloping everything. Not just them, but them and those who look like them.
And we're not all the way suffocated yet, so we got to play smart and stop playing into the shit that got us here, like rent control.
Well, but see, even though I know you're talking about the rent control piece about it all, we have to also remember that when it was done in California, which was one of the states that had the most Jim Crow laws on the books in the union than any other state in the United States, it was enacted at a time where it was needful, because I lived in California when I was a young girl. Rent control had been around in California for ages, and that was because they did a lot of redlining. They did a whole lot of stuff. They had us, and by us, I do mean us, living in communities where there were high amounts of cancer, where there were high amounts of all kinds of stuff. So California was a lot dirtier than people even know. No, I don't even mean that. I mean in their government. The government of California was a dirty son of a gun back in the day. I'm telling you, I was born in the South, but I was raised there. And I remember all the things that were actually physically happening in my face to our families that were all around. My father was an engineer. Okay. So the point that I'm making is, in certain communities, it was a necessity, but it was a necessity that everybody who lived in those areas were able to take advantage of. And it did not matter the color of the person's skin as it relates to California. Now, I don't know what it was in other areas, in other states. You feel me? I don't know anything about that because I wasn't there, but I was where Frank Nitti is. I was there.
Yeah,
so I do know what he's talking about.
It's one of the most expensive states for us to not push rent control. One of the most expensive states. I don't know about that. And then, okay, so are we going to not push no living wages?
No, none of
it. Hold on, Ms. Lockhart. To your point, again, you see the setup, because everything that's happening is under people that look like us that they got in power.
And that goes right to Flo State's point.
That's what they're going to say.
That goes right to Flo State's point.
The people who look just like you did this to you. So where will that leave us?
That then see how that goes into a nice circle, because it goes right back to his point.
It ain't us, it's your people who look like you that did it to you. That's who you need to
want. That's right. You see, that's the same lie they tell when you consider people, when they say, oh, the people from Africa sold Africans. No, the Arabians sold those people who were Hebrews that came from Hebrew land all the way down to the bottom of that horn. So don't come over here and tell us that. You got to learn your history. If you don't know your history, then you're going to be saying stupid stuff like, oh, they sold their own. No, they took them Hebrews and they sold them Hebrews. That's who they sold. Plain and simple. I'm not playing the word game with nobody. I'm gonna drop down so Shaq can come up, because I only have capacity for XY, but I'm still listening. So I'm gonna pull him up.
Brings us back to voting.
I agree with you,
Charmaine. Have to vote, because you're responsible for the problems.
I agree with you, Charmaine. They doing us. They using our people as pawns on purpose.
Yeah, we pawns. That's right. We're pawns, and so that I'm telling you, we dealing with it here, right here in Texas. I'm telling you, from the school district on, they gonna say, well, the people look just like you. That's why I told them, well, hell, it ain't racism if they look just like us.
Yep.
Everyone's
Well, have
got
y'all?
their role to play in the division game, right? It's
Yep.
Yes,
white people are the oppressors, black people are the ones who can't get their shit together, Jews are the ones who are responsible for the scuzzy media and shit.
right.
Um,
Have y'all?
Okay.
Have
They
y'all
do own
pulled
the
up the
media
office
though.
of?
They do own the media
I
though.
probably shouldn't have
That's a
said that
fact.
J word out loud.
They do own the media though. That's a fact right there.
They
Have y'all pulled
do,
up the Office of America,
but
Office of New America Act before?
but
You guys
most of
looked
them
at that yet?
don't.
And the Warner Brothers, they were all Jews, and you know what I'm saying. And
We could probably use the just call them Jays or something. But
and
but I mean, you understand the point that may or may not be
Goldman,
true. But I know some in real life. I don't know not one of them
MGM,
who's involved in media, as I assume everybody
Please,
does.
please.
I mean,
The
Leah
majority of them
Cohen,
have nothing to do with it.
Mic check. Mic check.
Rick Rubin, Leo Cohen. I mean, that's their
You
entertainment.
there?
I mean, I don't know.
Can you hear
You,
me?
They're on the record labels too,
Yeah,
and
I
a lot of
can
them
hear
that own the record labels, they own the prisons. So they're investing in the private prisons. There we go. So that's not a conspiracy.
you.
That's a
I can
fact.
hear you.
People do run the media.
You're not
You know what
hearing
I'm
me
saying?
though.
And all Jews own the
You're not
run the
hearing me
media,
though.
but a good
Okay,
few
you're
that
right.
do.
You just we're just gonna stick with it.
That's a fact. Ain't nothing to stick with. It's a fact. We stick with okay. Let's stick with
I'm trying
the
to
look.
get you to play chess,
Hold
man,
on.
and you're just like, I love checkers.
Well, say what you got to say then.
I said, while that may be incidentally true, right? What we know is true about it is the optics. You're supposed to see who is responsible for what problem.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're supposed to take that visual that you get through the screen or the newspapers or whatever, and then take it and apply it in your real world day-to-day life. But I know Jays, and not one of them has anything to do with media. So they want you to see what you're saying and then apply it in your day-to-day life in the wrong spot. And so that's what I'm saying is like whether or not
They got don't
what you're
they
saying is
fund a lot
true.
of the
I
media
understand what you're saying,
outlets
and it's
though?
not wrong.
Don't they fund a
Huh?
lot of media outlets, sir? Aren't they behind the
I still
funding?
one more time.
I say, aren't they
There's a
behind a
difference
lot of
between
the
the
funding,
Kazan mafia
financial
and the
backing of the
communist.
media outlets?
Yeah. I mean, allegedly, I don't know the people behind that stuff, and so I can't say for sure, but
Okay,
that is
well,
that's
we
what it
can look
looks
the
like.
names up. Y'all want to look the
So,
names
so
up right
that's
now?
what it looks like. That's what it looks
You
like, but
want to
that's
look the names
what
up?
I'm saying is that's what it's supposed to look like. If you start
Yeah.
playing the group identity games, everybody's going to everybody for everything.
No, we got names. We got group
But
names. We got names. We
if
can
I
pull
may
names
just
up.
if I may
Well, let's just
inter-
do that.
yeah.
Let's pull the names. If you
Yeah,
got receipts,
pull the name.
look
Yeah,
here.
pull the
No,
names up.
if
Yeah,
you're
we got
gonna
names.
quote something,
Harvey
the rules of the
Weinstein is
game
one of
is
Harvey
you got to
Weinstein is
be
Wait a minute. It's like,
pull your receipts. Hold on, King BJ. I'm gonna block everybody right quick. I'm gonna make everybody hush. Just a couple of seconds here. If you quote something, let's just say, come with the receipts. If you can't come with the receipts, then it's just an idea. I think that's fair, right? So if so, let's come with the receipts. If you got it, Lee, we welcome you, sir. How are you tonight?
They're doing real good, real good.
Good to see you. Good to see you. So the next thing we're going to look at, you all, is we are going to look at this trank situation. We're going to look at it because, again, my whole thing is America is in trouble. We have everything from thieves to zombies. And that's exactly the way that I feel about it. I feel like right now, if we're looking at what's going on in America, and again, if we take that bird's eye look and start to look down, it would look just like a war zone. But you can there's one place that billions of your dollars is going to right now that they've done exactly that independently, and it don't look like no war zone. But I'm gonna hold that. I'm gonna hold on to that. And I hope you guys know the place that I'm talking about, because it ain't no war zone over there. What it is they just taking your money and showing you some old rusty buildings that was been messed up for a long time because they've been over there doing their thing for a long time. So they showing you some shelled out stuff, and you going on ahead believing it, running around with their flag, place going allegiance to all them other places you don't need to be having no allegiance to. But I digress. Let me go ahead on and bring this to you guys here. So this right here.
why would I have a Ukraine flag in my yard? Man? That's kind of crazy, right?
I like to call it. They got the Golden State Warrior flags.
Well, I want to talk to Charmaine about this particular deal. I'm not sure what they've got going on, and I'm leaning you because you're in the medical field, and I love that. And so I want to know, is this something that you guys are having in your area? And those who are on the panel, have you guys seen any of this stuff here? Let's take a gander at it. I'm going to go over here and put it on for you guys. So this is dealing with Trank, which I did read up on it, and it was created by the company Bayer several years ago in the pharmaceutical field. And this particular component that they're using in it, I believe it's xenethal or xylitol. It'll tell us what it is. But this particular component was created specifically to be a tranquilizer for livestock, for animals. And so, say again.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah,
go.
for like horses and stuff.
Yes.
You said it's no livestock. Yes.
Yes. For horses, and they even had cats and dogs on there when I did the reading of it. It was to make them relax and to help them neurologically and some other things. Well, now the deal is that's being used in tandem with heroin and the most vile thing that we've had, and that is fentanyl. And while you're here, I want you to shed light on that and how is that, and how it is actually affecting all communities. See, that's another thing. This thing here is touching everybody. Because see, back once upon a time, we would say, oh, we don't mess with that kind of stuff. We don't mess with that kind of stuff. But back in the 70s, heroin was being used by everybody. So let's go. All right, here we go.
Housing positive overdose deaths in the South.
This is from ABC News. Fair use. We're using this as fair use for commentary. This is from Dateline News. I will be interjecting because we have fair use.
Like you got like a mobile clinic in the trunk of your car.
Wound care nowadays is everywhere.
Katie Mowry and Stephanie Clitt are not your typical nurses. Day after day, they pack up their supplies and set out to these forgotten streets of the infamous Kensington neighborhood in Philadelphia. Already known as a hotbed of the opioid crisis, many people here inject openly. And now, the area is being ravaged by an insidious drug called xylazine, or Trank. A cheap and powerful horse tranquilizer approved by the FDA for veterinary use only. But some dealers here and across the country are mixing it into common street drugs like heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl to increase profits, according to the DEA.
A powerful drug mixture dubbed the zombie drug is making its way around California. The drug has made its way now to Alabama.
Xylazine is creeping into the Twin Cities street drug supply at a rate that's alarming law enforcement.
Trank, whether it's smoked, snorted, or injected, can make users appear zombie-like. Some say it's like they're in a trance. They also often develop gruesome wounds on their skin.
Yeah.
For Katie and Steph.
Now, who do they look like? If you guys remember, Lee, I know you remember me saying in 2015 that I saw zombies in the spirit. And the irony is that right before, right after I had that dream, I remember there being a man running on a highway in Florida, full speed ahead, who tore a man's face off. He was butt naked and he ran. So there was two sides of the vision that I saw. It was the side of the actual zombie, and then it was the side of this ravaging one. And I've yet to see that one, but I know that this is the one that I saw in that vision. Let's go on ahead.
It's like
real quick, I just want to point out that shooting is way worse than any other method. The way that they said that just now made it sound like all forms of use are the same, and they're not. So I just want to throw that.
Okay, thank you for that. That's a good point.
You popped out of your car to administer treatment.
Oh, absolutely. Multiple times, whether it's reversing an overdose. You know, we try and do it all, but you will never feel like it's enough.
Disturbing scenes play out here constantly. Just steps away from our interview, a young woman overdoses. Katie springs into action, reviving her with Narcan and rushing her to a neighborhood outpost called Savage Sisters. Inside, she's still slumped over and nearly unresponsive, likely from Trank. Though today, she's one of the lucky ones who who survives.
Now, I'm going to have to pull up what I read earlier, because while I was reading, they did say that there was one thing that the Narcan did not work on. And I know that I was reading up on this. So maybe is the Narcan working on one component of what this person may have taken? I'm going to look into that. I don't know about that, but I'm interjecting now because it's fair use, but there are rules to fair use, and I do have to interject. So I'm going to just say that part. So I'm going to look that up while we're going to go ahead and continue. Thank you, you guys.
Xylazine was originally put into the supply to extend the euphoria and the high feeling for individuals consuming that dope. Nobody asked for this. Nobody knew that this was being adulterated into our supply.
A record 1,276 unintentional overdose deaths happened in Philly in 2021. Xylazine was found in more than a third of them. That's up 39% from the year before.
Our overdose response has had to change significantly. Like, we can't just pop Narcan on people now. We have to do lots of rescue breathing because of the trank that's coming. So that's going to change the way overdose looks across the country when it becomes infiltrated.
I worked in radiology, cardiology, and I also was a drug counselor for 5 years. I was clean for a while before this vortex. This is from the tendon damage. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
All right, I do have to read a correction. I hear what this is saying, but I'm going to say what I'm reading, because I can't just let that pass. If I'm looking at this right here and it's telling me that it doesn't work, then I've just got to go by what I see. So here, let me read this to you. It says, it's important to call 911 as Narcan cannot work on the reverse of the effects or an overdose of a person on trank, because it is not an opioid. Mm-hmm. Narcan works on opioid overdoses. This does not work on an opioid. This is exactly what I read while I was putting this together. It does not work. So if the person is not breathing or is taking a regular breath, you have to provide rescue breaths until they can get them where they're supposed to be safely. So it does not work. All right. And this right here, the website that I'm on right now is looks like something out of Washington. And it's just basically saying the veterinary tranquilizer xylazine linked to a growing number of overdose deaths. The United States Drug Enforcement Administration has issued a public safety alert warning Americans about the danger of a drug called xylazine. Other counties in Washington state are seeing this drug in their communities, and we think xylazine is likely in our community or will be here soon. It is often referred to as trank or trank dope, and is most commonly mixed with fentanyl. Xylazine, here's a quote, "Xylazine is a real concern, and we want the public to be aware of the risks," says Dr. Greg Thompson. He is the co-health officer of Whatcom County Health and Community Services. Since xylazine is not an opioid, which is the point why I broke into the video, it is not an opioid. Its effects cannot be reversed with Narcan. But most overdoses include other drugs. So people should still administer, which is what I was saying at the very beginning. Is there two things in there that it will work on part of it, but won't work on the other? So they're saying that you should still administer it if they suspect that the overdose is occurring. And it's important for people to call 911 when someone is overdosing and to stay with them until they recover or help arrives. So I had to put that point because it's leading you to believe that, oh yeah, just if that's it, then just use that. No. If there's a couple other things that's going on, then yeah, you can use that. But the point still stands. So let's go ahead with this.
It'll just fall back down. Now this is a good day, because sometimes I only have pincher fingers.
They get extensive. They come all over the entire limb, full forearms, full legs,
full calves,
all of the hands, top. So extensive wounds, like open and in a dirty environment. It's really challenging.
Sarah Laurel heads up Savage Sisters. She once ran on these same streets while she was in the grips of a heroin addiction, until she entered recovery 6 years ago.
Then we started noticing wounds. As wounds worsen with infection, they become necrotic and lead to amputation.
Some people who use trank can become trapped in a cycle of darkness where painful withdrawals send them running back to the drug for relief. Those in recovery say that detox from Trank is exceptionally grueling. Like Jose Castillo, once homeless and battling addiction, he now works with Savage Sisters.
My detox was, I can't even describe it because it was to the point where I didn't think I was going to make it through it. The sickness lasts longer and there's no type of medicine they're giving you that's helping it. So it's like, I don't know, it's a whole different ball game.
Trank and the horrors it brings is now going beyond the streets of Philadelphia. Trank has been detected in at least 48 states. According to the CDC, overdose deaths involving xylazine were 35 times higher in 2021 than they were in 2018. The White House sounding the alarm, declaring xylazine mixed with illicit fentanyl an emerging threat to the U.S. this past April. While opioids like fentanyl, not Trank, are causing the majority of overdose deaths, Trank makes the drugs it's combined with more deadly, and the numbers point to the greatest increase in xylazine-positive overdose deaths in the South. In rural Greenville, North Carolina,
Okay, we're going to pause here because I'm going to make a couple of comments, but I want to know, what did you want to add, Flow State?
I didn't have anything specifically. I mean, I could talk on this topic forever, but mostly I just felt like it was getting to be a long stretch of just video.
A lot of video, yeah. So the thing is that when we're looking at different states and we're looking at different areas, I don't think that, well, I think that a lot of us do see it. What I've not seen is what we're going to look at, and that is the people bent straight over. Lee, I know that you drive in you know, on the West Coast. Have you seen people affected by this stuff, like a zombie state? Have you ever seen that?
Oh, it's all over the place. I don't know exactly what for each situation what they're on, but yeah, we have a major issue with this, and it's going to continue to grow. It's setting it up. There's 15 different other topics I can add to this that doesn't go with this show, but basically it's being set up for a specific situation that's coming. And
we'll talk about it. You know, you're welcome to say it.
I don't want to go down that avenue completely, but obviously it's going to some things biblically, but what they're doing is essentially, they've dumbed down the population so bad. And some of these people, I believe, to be honest with you, Felicia, these are the dangers of going to nightclubs and going to things like that, just going bar hopping, quote unquote. I find it interesting, people who get into that lifestyle and then they end up turning into one of these, one of these situations that we're seeing. I don't believe that they're always, quote unquote, just bad people that just got into partying. I believe they were injected with this stuff as a weapon towards people. I put in there that there are weapons that are being deployed on the people, and I believe that's the dangers. And I've told my younger sisters, and I've told my daughter, I'm like, you go out somewhere, warning, you better watch. You drinking a Coca-Cola, whatever, you better watch what's being put in there. These addictions, it is amazing how there are so many addictions in this country right now. I mean, whether it be by something visually that a person's hooked on, drug or whatever they're drinking, it is specifically, these are weapons that are being deployed second by second. And this is happening on purpose. I don't believe personally, I do not believe personally that a lot of these people just woke up one morning, wanted to go party, and injected themselves with that stuff. I don't think so.
It's too many of them for that to be.
It's too many. Somebody, I believe, even with this whole quote unquote UFO thing, yes, UFOs do exist. However, I do believe they have the ability to just go in, kidnap people, inject these people. There's
and drop them back off.
Yeah, there's already been proof that you can implant thoughts into people's minds. And, next thing you know, these people are caught. There's just too many of them now.
You're
People
right.
are not partying like that. This isn't 1991,
Mhm.
92, 93. It's
Yeah,
just
50s or the 70s.
yeah. It's no, somebody is doing this when these people are not paying attention. It's way too many. That's all I have to say.
Well, I'm
Let me
glad
build
you
on that.
said that. Go ahead, Charmaine, and then Flow State.
Oh no, I was saying Lee right on the money. I mean, he right. I mean, we would even see patients in the hospitals that come like that. We've had mysterious cases, especially when I worked at Methodist. Same case. The lady thought she was being the ex-boyfriend, getting back with him. Well, she got in a fight with the new girlfriend that he was dealing with. So they both fighting at the same time. Well, all we remember from what we gathered when they brought her to the hospital, her friend said she kept saying they stuck her with something. She got stuck with something. And when I tell you Lee is right on the money, this lady, she would literally bark like a dog, chirp like a bird, slither, and she was the kind of big, heavyset lady, slither like a snake. I'm telling you, this is what we seeing with my own two eyes. People don't understand the stuff we see in these hospitals. That's why I say nursing it's a good it's a good field, but it can mess, it can get you here too. And she said she was stuck with something. We even had episodes where we were having clients, and then I'll get to your point about the video. Don't mean to disrupt your
No, take your time. Take your time.
We even had an issue where a lot of our patients was coming in high off of bath salts. To me, that was a serious epidemic, and they never did get on top of it. And these people were literally climbing the wall.
I remember that.
I mean, we were getting assaulted by these patients. They were assaulting us as females. I mean, groping our breasts, grabbing us. I mean, they would take off running, down the
hall and stuff,
to the hallways, assaulting us. Yes, we would have to go literally on lockdown. So a lot of what Lee is saying is right on point. These people are not just former drug addicts who say, "Oh, I'm gonna just get high." No, they're being given something. It's like they say, don't take a drink from somebody. You go out, women. You go out. I don't know. My mom taught us, don't you take no drink. You go right to the bar if you want, to buy a drink, because this is what can happen. And the reason why Narcan is not working on that drug right there, that's by design. Y'all know that, right? That's by design to kill them and rid of them, because they won't be liable, because they said, look, we gave rescue breaths, we gave Narcans, so the nurses are not liable, right? We did our safe harbor duties, right, which we tried to render aid and save the person's life, even though they didn't make it. And then let's be honest here, Klaus Schwab and all this is a form of population control. They did the same thing in China. When you want to bring a country down, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. This is what you do. You bring in different drugs. You create drugs in the lab like they did, cocaine and crack cocaine. I don't want to get into all that, right? It's the same thing. It's the same. How do you get rid of, like my mom said, useless eaters? How do you get? Because what are you going to do with them? I mean, we just talked about eviction, housing. We didn't even mention all the people that didn't throw off Medicaid, right?
That's amazing.
I'm gonna leave that there. I don't want to go down and disrupt the show, but
you wouldn't
this is
disrupt the
deeper
show, but it's
than
all a part of the same thing, and that's the reason why I have to keep saying that what we're doing right now is we are doing the bird's eye view, and it must be done because the distractions are far outweighing those of us who are taking the collective bird's eye view. We have so many distractions. I've covered some of those distractions, and I pointed out a few things about some of those distractions. But some of those distractions are in certain communities, because as soon as certain distractions happen in specific communities, white, black, purple, yellow, or green, It doesn't matter. What I start doing is getting low below the radar and start looking for other stuff. And that's how I found certain laws that were being passed on certain time frames and certain things that were happening in certain communities. And it's like, are you kidding me right now? Now, ambient intelligence is something that I believe I'm not on that side, but somebody asked me to look it up. What is ambient intelligence? It is the element of a pervasive computing environment that enables it to interact with and respond appropriately to the humans in that environment. That capacity is enabled by unobtrusive embedded devices in the environment and natural user interfaces, or NUI, providing some services autonomously in response to perceived needs and accepting user input through voice, gesture, and other non interpretive methods. Popular examples of ambient intelligence include Google Assistant and Amazon's Alexa device that automatically responds to a person's voice. Ambient intelligence powered IoT, ambient intelligence communication elements are always on and receptive to the human input and other variables. In addition to home and business settings, ambient intelligence can also be used in completely automated environments to assess conditions, interact with other devices, perform management functions, and transmit data externally. Some of them, embeddedness, the computers are not typically standalone devices in the environment, but many man made and organic systems have built in intelligence and computing abilities. The current Internet of Things, or IoT, development, which involves outfitting just about any type of object imaginable with computing ability and connectivity, is leading us to embedded computing. This reminds me of what Noah Harari said. This reminds me, let me come over here and see who gave me this. Thank you for telling me this. This was, is it Rage or Anarchy? Rage or Anarchy. I can't see the message anymore. It's up at the top. Whomever it was that told me to look for this reminds me what Noah Harari said. Noah Harari said that there was going to be a way that you could wear a device. It will be a device that you could wear. It could be in the band of your hat. It could be a bracelet. It could be a ring. It could be something that would tie you to the computing Internet of Things. Okay. So that, thank you for telling me about that. And it is Evil Rage. Thank you. Yes, King BJ.
Yep, that's right. The Internet of Things. And I was trying to say something earlier because I know you've been talking about this tranking stuff, and y'all talk about a lot of things I wasn't able.
But it all goes in hand in hand when you ask me.
Yeah. And I wanna bring this up too, because when you were talking about homelessness, a lot of these people on the street are homeless, and the flow state and Frank were talking about the rent. But we know what's so funny? The last week and a half, like no, about June 24th, one of my neighbors moved and they got that house up for sale. But I come home the other day, the house next door to me for sale. I said, no, wait a minute, man. Hold on now. Both townhouses now, one on my right, one on my left. The guy say he got engaged and he say he's moving, right? They got a sign like that 2-bedroom, 1,200 square feet town, whatever. And I'm sitting there saying, I always wanted my roommate before she passed. She was even wondering when the people on the left moved, who's going to be moving in next. Now, in Richmond, Virginia, because like I said, when that eviction moratorium ended, we've got people out in areas like affluent areas or well-to-do areas now, way out in East Henrico, Shopper, whereas you got 400,000 to when I was out the other day and I went to the gym and I said, dang, I don't see a homeless person on this corner out here. Wow, they out here.
So you hadn't seen one, and there's one there now.
Yeah, but it's gonna be one, it's gonna be two, but you usually don't see them out there. I mean,
at all the Rams.
You don't had this area. You've had things happen, right? But they usually, even if a fight happened, they keep it under wrap. They ain't talking. They ain't talking about nothing. Matter of fact, we had a BLM riot down here. They tried to go out to the area. They put cones and blocked them from going to areas. If they found out they were coming, they stopped them. All right? So what I'm saying is, but you see, Hammer Bernadette was kind of a little bit more shocking. But then again, I thought about it. They are going to be putting people in pockets like Eric Adams in New York, putting people in stuff. So you're going to see this trank and all this stuff that you're showing, zombies. Hey, the CDC ran a video for us a couple of years ago.
That's what I was going to say.
Yep,
Yeah.
sure did.
They told us
how to survive a zombie apocalypse, and they said it was just a joke. We were just putting it up. No, you wasn't. You don't put anything up for a joke. You put it up because you were creating zombies, and now that people are realizing, hey, this is that. Now, as you all said earlier, Flo said earlier, well, now it's almost too late. Before you get too late, you got to get in front of it. We can't get in front of this. You can't get in front of this. Yes, go right ahead, Flo State.
Okay,
Go right ahead.
what's going on with that there? I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut you guys off.
Let's let Flo State. Yeah, it's his turn first.
Go ahead, sure.
In front of what specifically?
We're not getting in front of this trank or this drug, the war on drugs. That's a fallacy. There is no war on drugs.
But right, I'm with you there. But we can get in front of making it worse. Excuse me.
How would you suggest we do it?
Well, for one thing, the way if you want people on trank, for instance, they need to know where they got it from. So while I'm sure it does happen, I'm not trying to say it doesn't. The way it's really spreading is not by people getting randomly stuck,
right?
Because they don't know where to go back to. It's happening because it's just like the inflation and deflation, right? The government's ultimately the one at the top of the supply chain.
Yeah.
You dry up everything, and now you dry up the supply, and now people are desperate. They're looking for whatever they can find because they've already got addictions. And what they're finding is something else, something that's cut. Now they've got a new addiction because it's the only supply available for their old one. I don't remember where I was going to land it.
No, go ahead. Take your time. Circle around the airport a little bit. It'll come back to you. It's okay.
But basically, all of it is due to the war on drugs and prohibition. Nobody's looking for trank. Who's not on it? The reason is because they're looking for other things, but that supply is too controlled. And when you get a bag full of powder or chunks, like who knows what's in that? Nobody knows what's in that. And the biggest concern to me, for those who don't know, I got caught up in meth a few years back and got raided and all that shit. And so I've seen the criminal justice racket from the inside as somebody who's on paper a drug dealer. And what I think the big Hegelian dialectic here is, like, a few months ago, Trump had suggested the death penalty for fentanyl dealers. Well, if you got a powder, that everybody's going to end up being a fentanyl dealer by accident.
Yep.
Whether you are or not, they're going to say you are. And so now you've got people who are eligible for the death penalty due to victimless crimes, and I get it. There are repercussions for drug use for sure, but it's a voluntary exchange between adults. Nobody was in it unwillingly. So I think that the enforcement, to me, what's worse than the drug use is the potential for increased enforcement. And when you throw in the mental health thing, I don't know about where you guys are at. Our sheriff's department just got a mental health unit. At sentencing, I know that I was convicted of intent to distribute, possession with intent to distribute, and I had to take a complete psych evaluation at sentencing and then follow the orders of the healthcare provider. So even though it worked out for me fine, and he's like, you have ADHD and that's it. That the lack of due process that comes with tying the criminal justice system to the mental health system, that's a Hegelian dialectic problem right there to watch out for. I pass.
Let me add, I want to add something to what you're saying as it relates to the legalization. Again, we're going to piggyback on what we said earlier, and that is once you begin to sell something to people as it's better for you, it's better for the person, it's a victimless crime, and we need to do this. This is what happened in the state of Oregon. The voters of the state of Oregon expanded drug policy from beyond cannabis and decriminalized the personal possession of all drugs when they approved Measure 110, the Drug Addiction Treatment and Recovery Act, in November of 2020. Measure 110 drug treatment. Pay attention to the year and the month. Measure 110 Drug Treatment and Recovery Act 2019 in Oregon. This is the first of its kind reform in the United States, and it eliminates the criminal penalties for possession of all drugs with certain limits and invests hundreds of millions of dollars in health services for people who use drugs. Recent polling shows that 2/3 of the American public support decriminalization, indicating reforms like Measure 110 in Oregon are likely to be introduced in other states or U.S. jurisdictions. And this comes from the American Civil Loonies Union of 2021. Now, you caught that. You caught that. While implementation of Measure 110 is ongoing, tracking this monumental shift will help inform drug policy, both inside the United States and globally. This paper will summarize the criminalization of the drug possession in the United States, analyze the major provisions of Measure 110, and explore early implementation impacts, successes, and challenges. This paper will conclude with lessons drawn from Oregon's experience, basically an experiment so far, and how they may inform future drug policy. Whenever they roll out things like this, these things are and will always be an experiment first. They will roll it out as a way to help the people, get the people to quote unquote agree because they've now cajoled them to go in that direction. And then they will gather as much data as they possibly can once they go on ahead and put them out there on Front Street like that, right? And now what they're doing is they're going to take this data. This is literally like somebody is watching above the bubble. This is literally a bubble, and there's a group that's watching. Again, bird's eye view. It's the best way to see, right? So they're looking and they're monitoring and they're wondering, okay, well, how did this happen? And how did that happen? And how did they work with that? Let's not forget, they expect, what is it, 1.8 billion? How many people did they expect to be out of here by 2030? Let's not forget that. There are certain things that we just can't forget. So to Cher's point, Charmaine's point, yes, this did not just come out of a vacuum. And to Flow State's point, no, all the people did not just have it happen upon somewhere. However, there is another side. By the time we're done with all the sides of this, we're going to have a kraken. We're going to have a gigantic octopus, right? Because this has many arms, several tentacles to what it is that's being done, which is how we all know that it is not done by accident. This is not an accident. This is not a test. The test was in 2020 to see exactly how people would react and how they would purchase and how they could help make millionaires and billionaires in just a 1.5-year span. That was the test, to see how much toilet paper you could actually hold in your cabinets, to see how many Fruit Loops that you could put up in the cupboards, laden with all kinds of dyes and whatnot. That the test was to see how many batteries you could purchase and put up in a cabinet, how much you could store all the hand sanitizer in the world. That was the test, to see exactly what the litmus was, to see how long you could go around like this, and would you go around like this? And since you didn't go around like this, we got you on the list now. So that was the testing. Now what's about to happen is to see exactly what happens when you don't have housing, because, baby, there's going to be a lot of homeless people. If you think that you see all of them doggone campers lined up and down California right now, and that's just a fluke, no, sir, no, ma'am. There's going to be a lot of homeless people. Right according from me, and see, down south, they don't give you all of that fluffy stuff they give you in the West. Down south, they put your stuff on the corner. Throw your stuff right out, put you out, and throw your stuff right outside, and everybody come and take what they want unless you got a truck taking your stuff with you. Okay, unless you got a truck sitting there when them sheriffs come through there and take your stuff out, baby, your stuff, your lamp gonna be down the street at Miss Smith's house, and y'all used to wave at each other. Your television gonna be down the street at Mr. Hall's house. All your stuff is gonna be broken up. So my point is, when you start seeing it happen in affluential areas, because all you got to do is miss one check, All you got to do is miss one payment on something and the plinkos begin to fall. Baby, this is about to be on and popping because it is an experiment and they are watching to see what's going to happen. Lee, I believe you wanted to say something.
Yeah, that's one of the things in California right now. You're seeing a lot of. You remember when we were younger, how a lot of people own those real big, like what do you call it, RVs? Well, that's the thing right now. You're seeing a lot of people purchase RVs, like RVs from like the early '90s to '80s, and they live inside of them, and they have a job. They're fully functioning. And they have one guy, I remember he had his motorcycle, nice motorcycle, had his RV, had his motorcycle set up to where I guess he could put it inside and take off whenever he needed to move when the street sweeper came. But that's how they're functioning now. So what people are doing is they're going out, they find a RV, they pay about $350, $500 a month for it, and that's how they're moving around. I kid you not. If you want, I'll get you some footage. I can send you streets, cities, and you will be surprised. Like, whoa, there's RVs everywhere. Long Beach, RVs all over the place. Torrance, RVs everywhere. You would be surprised how many of these people, and they have jobs, are living in RVs right now.
They're trying to make it to a third. I mean, this is trying to really get a third world country thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
I really want
like Mad Max.
And yeah. And I, 2 men enter, 1 man leave.
Yeah.
Okay. That's you know what I mean. 2 men enter, 1 man leave. Okay, so 11 people were arrested in Washington and California in connection. Here's what's up with the RVs, folks. In connection with a cartel connected drug trafficking scheme. So what's going on is the cartel would take these raggedy things from the 90s and the 80s, other than the ones that Lee was mentioning that may be owned by people. But the scheme in California right now, as well as Washington, is they would take these RVs. Once they take the RVs, they would haul them out and put them on the street. They keep them there on the street. And now guess what happens? They do not move. These things are they're non-operable. They're non-operative. Is that how you say it? They're non-op. They're non-operational. And so they don't move. And so what ends up happening is they set them there on the side of the road, and they give these people the rent. Here's the amount. You don't pay and you don't sell these drugs that we got inside of people meeting you at night to come over here because you're homeless now. You're homeless. So now you're homeless. We done gave you this doggone camper. You're going to take this camper and pay us our rent. And if you miss the rent, we're going to burn it down. And that's exactly what's happening. So not only are they making them live there and pay them the rent, they're also threatening that if they miss the rent, they're going to burn it down. So imagine people knocking on something you're paying for just so that you can't get up and go to work like Lee described. 2:00 in the morning, somebody's like, yeah, man, I need it. Yeah, man, I need it. And you're like, I just want to sleep, but I can't move and I don't have any place to go. And I do work in IT, but because I make so much money here, I can't afford to leave, because if I try to leave, I won't have any money when I get to where I need to go, but I can't go nowhere because I got to be stuck here. This is a never-ending circle that the United States has allowed, period. You did it. You allowed it. You allowed it to happen, and the crooks that's up there right now need to be taken out, and they need to be put out, and that's just that. You know you did it. You know you're wrong. You shouldn't be allowed to be in here. This country has been taken over from the inside out with the laws that we have, and you guys are doing it, and I guarantee you that you are not who you say you are. The new Democratic Party is not the old Democratic Party of y'all's Meemaw and Grandmama now. Period. That ain't who that is. You dealing with socialists. You're dealing with communists. You're dealing with Marxist maniacs, megalomaniacs. You're dealing with maniacs. And that's exactly what this is. And I said it, period. Please, Lee, somebody say something, because I don't need to keep talking. Somebody go. Somebody go.
Now, you're right. You're right. Look, you're right. And you know what? That was all in the Communist Manifesto, Tavistock 300, all that. But all I got to say is, look, this guy, which he been chatting, Rage Against Racine. I guess they're saying, tried my ass off warning them people with proof. It went through one ear and out the other. And matter of fact, you know, they said people perish lack of knowledge, but daggone, let me be dead honest. People perish because they are daggone just crazy. They do not want to listen because, I mean, think about it. Do the dogs and cats wear masks? No. Dogs, cats, birds outside, right? Come on, people. I'm like, look.
If I may,
Think about
if
it.
I may just,
It is 90 degrees outside. It's 70 degrees
Here they
outside
come talking
right
about
now,
it's time to
right?
put them back on.
They told you the other day to put your mask back on.
Sure did.
We're having a uptick in COVID cases. You know, I think we're getting like 1,000 COVID cases a day now. I'm like, no, wait a minute now. Hold on now. 1,000 COVID cases a day. I mean, I can go to a apartment complex in Virginia and find 1,000 people if I really want to look, right? That ain't nothing. You know, it's like 1,000 cases a day. What is that? 0.00 point.
Not to mention the fact that we've already seen this before. I mean, they've already shown us this movie before, where people were driving around town, going to empty hospitals in certain cities, showing this is my emergency room. Look at this. This is the emergency room parking lot. They was driving down that other one, and they kicked me out of that parking lot. But look over here at this parking lot. This was in real time live video. This is real time live video. So we already seen this game before, and we already seen the game that they tried with China when they were trying to get everybody in China to let us to all of a sudden make us believe that these individuals who cannot even sneeze without their government knowing it was sitting on the videos for 1 whole hour whining and crying. Oh, please help us get out of here. Oh my goodness, you don't understand it. It's so terrible. It's so terrible. They can't even get a postcard to their mammy on the other side of the doggone place in China without them going through it and combing and reading it. But all of a sudden you want us to believe that these people over here that's having all of these issues is real. You on the video for a whole hour whining, talking about what they're doing. They're coming in the door. They're blocking us in. They're doing all of this and they're doing all of that, and shaking and falling over on the floor. All of those lying tactics that they get just everybody talking about, oh my gosh, they're gonna be shaking next, and everybody waiting to see people start shaking. Like, ain't nobody shaking. Well, but it got you afeared enough to go down there and believe them folks. Yep. Now the same exact people that told you that anybody that says anything about a UFO is going to be sought after. They're going to have their phones tapped. They're not going to be believed anytime they go on the internet. They're going to know, they know exactly what you're looking at. The same exact people now all of a sudden come out and tell you, hey, guess what? We just got a whole gigantic cache of information that we're going to release from the Pentagon that tells you that UFOs do exist. And not only do they exist, we're going to be invaded. We're going to be invaded. Y'all better not look up. Lee, go ahead. You better not look up. Go ahead, Lee.
No, most definitely. Essentially what this all boils down to, we see where people are at is just in this day and hour, this little thing right here destroyed the consciousness of mankind. This little thing right here was successful in doing that. It was 100%. One thing, people, when we were younger, back in the early 90s, 80s, but actually, if they were researchers, they actually really got up and went to the libraries. They actually put the footwork in and took actual pictures and did real interviews. And it may have took them 3, 5, 10 years to put together a real movie, or I should say, information on documentary on a particular subject, but it was real information that they actually put together. Now what we have in this whole so-called information age is people are dumbed down. How is it that we are in a certain age right now where there's so much information on this thing and people are so unread? I mean, you talk to people nowadays, the only thing these individuals do today is go on Instagram, look at read nonsense about sports, whatever, and it's just we live in a climate now where people are just unread and they don't read. I talk about subjects on my job with certain people. I'll just throw it out there just to see what they'll say, and they have no idea what I just said. So this is just where we're at. People don't read anymore, and ignorance is at an all-time high. When you get ignorance at an all-time high, you can take one of those shots inside you, and They'll believe it. They'll believe it's the best thing
They
around.
know about TikTok though. They know about TikTok. They know
Yeah, but they know about TikTok. They know about the
Hey,
yeah.
they know about Cardi B, don't they? They know about Cardi B.
They know about her throwing that microphone.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Lockhart, I'm gonna say something. Look,
Go
I
ahead.
got to say this. I'm gonna
Go
say
ahead.
something.
Go ahead.
She threw that microphone, but I saw another story of Cardi B. I could not believe this. Daggone, I cannot believe that this woman would do something like this. They said in the comment section, they said they see why Offset cheats. They said, and they said, daggone, is that fish, right? Because she must have did another concert recently where, just quote unquote, well, no, I'm gonna just call it what it is. She must have went where they call
No,
command.
please don't call it what it is.
No.
You're saying maybe there was a little bit of maybe that she needed to take a bath or something.
No. She was dancing or whatever on stage.
Oh, okay.
And a string of her tampon fell out, which let the crowd know that she was going commando. That's why they released the comment.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna put you in timeout, boy. Boy, I'm gonna put you in timeout.
Some of us are trying to eat over here, man.
I'm gonna put you in timeout.
I mean, like, come on,
You're
man.
gonna be in timeout, BJ.
Hey, look,
BJ.
I'm sorry, Miss Lockhart, but what
He's
I'm
a walking
saying
meme.
but what I'm saying
We done lost 12 viewers. We done lost 12 viewers. I ain't got the 30 in here now. I'm down to 20. We done lost 12 people done left me. People done left me.
But what I'm
So
saying
she's out there not taking care of what she's supposed to.
Not clean. Well, her roommate said she wasn't clean. My wife thinks Tasha, she can't.
Allegedly. I ain't got Tasha K's money. Allegedly. That's what allegedly was said. Her roommate allegedly said. We didn't say it. Her roommate allegedly said. But you know, she sued.
But
she'll sue you.
Here's the problem.
She gonna hold on. She sued me. All she gonna get is some box tops from 1983. She gonna be one sad chick. She gonna be hold on, y'all. Look. She gonna come over here trying to sue somebody, and I'm gonna be. I have one. I used to collect box tops.
Well, you won't get 11.
That Toyota
orange.
You come over here. I got two broke down cars way in the back, and they covered up with a doggone shed cover. You come over here if you want to. You're gonna be upset. I ain't Tasha K. Tasha K got millions of subscribers, baby. And you sued the snot out of that chick. And when she said what she could have just said, I'm sorry, she didn't say it. See, I'm gonna say, don't come over here. I'm telling you now. I got a 1972 Datsun B210 that you can have, but that's as good as it gets. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, BJ.
No, I want to say this, that you're right. But the problem is you had a show the other day with Judge and Jay Prince, and like I said, you asked American schools indoctrinating children. And the question is, yes, even the cell phone indoctrination, because look, if a 1-year-old baby can be in a store and you see it all the time, young crying, what do? They get a baby a cell phone. Oh, here go the tablet. Daggone, your child didn't used to have a device where it would shut them up. You had to do something about it. If it's that easy, you basically make your child a robot you making your child AI. Just that's what you're doing.
They're crying over these.
And they're crying over the Reese's that he's eating. But look here, I'm gonna tell you
they're
something.
crying over Reese's. It's the first addiction everyone's introduced to.
There you go.
And the last one.
Had a little bit of peanut butter there. Put that little peanut butter and shut up. Listen here, let me tell you something. The kids, let me tell you something. These children, we're not even talking about the babies that had the dark colored eyes and all the kids holding their heads up at 2 weeks old, a baby 1 week old coming right out of the womb, sitting on the mama's chest, holding his whole head up like a salamander. Well, we're not talking about that. Ain't nobody mentioning that. So really, these children, we ain't even got to worry about these kids having an AI mind. Them children already got something else going on. Them kids is walking and talking at a little bit too soon now. I'm sorry. Does anybody remember the babies is walking? They get a brand new baby come home with mama and daddy. As soon as the baby come out, they give it to the mama. The daddy is sitting there with him, and the daddy's holding the camera, and the baby's looking like, who is he? I see who I gotta take care of. The baby got
The
the
nurse
whole
is nodding.
head
I don't
up.
know that at all.
Huh?
The nurse is down there nodding, but I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
So the
when was
babies
that?
that were born in the last few years is a totally different species of human.
Yep.
These babies, hey baby love, go over there and sit down. These babies right here are a totally different species. There's something else going on. I don't know whether their mama was drinking, eating something, tasting something, getting something shot up, done up, whatever. I don't know if the amniotic fluid had some type of special K in it. I don't know what it had. But there's no way you're going to tell me that a brand new baby that was born like these can actually lift up their heads when the first thing you tell somebody when they holding your baby is to hold their head. These babies came out here fully able to focus and fully able to look and fully able to turn their heads and sort of peep the game. They was peeping game. So here's the thing. Either reincarnation is real or it ain't. I'm going to leave that right there.
Wonder how long those babies been ready to get out of there.
These things here, you talk about a Chucky doll. We're talking about a 100. That's exactly right, Blues Girl 65. That's exactly what they are because they all look just like them. They look just like them. So I'm saying, hey, either something's up or something's up. But they getting up walking around at what, 4 months? My grandson was born with a month after he was born, this new baby that they got. That's why I keep telling my son double check the DNA. This kid got like 6 teeth at 2 months. I said, what manner of man is this? What manner? You get me, Lee? What manner of man is this? You got 3 down here and 1, 2, and 3. What manner of man is this? So I ain't even worried about the AI stuff. Because you know what, that turned into a Chucky doll and be in your room in the middle of the night talking about, can I get some cereal? Look at over you. He done hopped up on the bed. You know it's him. He done hopped up on the bed, but you're like, wait a minute. He ain't but 8 months. He done hopped up on the bed. They're gonna get some cereal.
Can we start selling unjabbed sperm yet? Is this a market yet?
There's been a jab for a market for unjabbed sperm. I mean, something.
That's the same with the sperm and the blood too. I remember the Red Cross. They were initially saying blood donation. They wanted the device in now. But I'm gonna tell you how they messed it up with putting on.
Your mic is going out.
You're cutting in and out.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Now try it.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying, they knew what they were doing with the devices, kind of what I would just say that you did and leave, because the American Red Cross wanted people who didn't have, the device in them, and they got a lot of those plasma centers popping up now. I saw them build one in literally 3 months. I've never, and it's stayed crowded, but you can't have
that thing. You can't have that thing.
And that, but it's so bad now. I'm just saying, for me, if I go out a day to guy, I'm really reluctant now, because if you got that jab, I just can't.
You got that thing.
I'm just saying they got it messed up. I mean, I saw some ladies hold up a sign saying, unjabbed sperm.
They that desperate. Then they ignorant. They all ignorant. They all of them. They can't keep no man. Can't get no man. They're old and spinstified. They stuff got cobwebs in it. It's got, as soon as they go to, they go to the gym, they go do their exercises and stuff coming out like powder, because they just dried up. Don't want to go have no man. I just did a comical video today. It's a short, and it's talking about how the woman is sitting there talking about, that's it, I'm done. I used to be an independent Black woman, but not no more. Now I know I need a man, but her voice changes and she gets all this testosterone in her voice. Then she go back to talking like a lady again. That's because she's only going to turn into a lady to get that man. Soon as that dude is locked down, clunk clunk. What about, well, okay, as soon as she do the clunk clunk on the brother, she go right back to running things like a dude. But the deal is this place is cattywampus backwards. And I'm gonna say this because a lot of people got upset with me the other time. You got a lot of nerve because you said that the woman is the reason why the woman is the reason why we have the transgenders in our communities. Yeah, and it's the truth because we were the main ones sitting there, not we as you and me, but the sisters was the ones sitting there, go girl, you go girl, you strut girl, and that was all of that mess. And see, here's what bothers me. And this was our Black community women's fault. I don't know nothing about no other community. I know about our community. I watched our community applaud this trash. I watched them applaud it. I watched them sit up there and look at these folks putting on all of this stuff, that walking around a mentally insane individual. And they're telling me, yeah, girl, you look good. Girl, now what's happening? Your little girl cannot even go on a track team and run without fear of one of these testosterone herky jerkies coming up there whooping the crap out of them. There's no more women's sports. We're going back to what the actual war is on. There's a whole phrase in the Old Testament where it talks about, bruising the heel. Lee's already gone. But there's a passage that talks about how the Son of Man, the bruising of the heel. Somebody give it to me because I'm getting hot now. Here's the problem. Here's the problem because here's the deal. So you got the heel. He gonna crush the head. You gonna bruise his heel, but he gonna crush your head. And so the enmity between the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent has always been the problem. So all he did is just waited and laid and wait to get rid of her. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Does anybody? There you go. Thank you. My baby's in the chat. My sister's in the chat. I'm telling you, my armor bearers are the business. I got the best armor bearers on the planet. It's Genesis 3:15. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Got the best in the West, Sandy. Okay. I got all my good sisters with me today. Okay. So, and I will put enmity between you and the woman and between your offspring or your seed and her seed. They will strike at your head while you strike at their heel. He will strike the head and he will strike the heel. It's talking about a battle between that serpent, that old serpent, and it's talking about the child who is really, 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 really the child of the Most High. It's talking about that battle. And so right now, it's amazing to me, especially where all these Black women like to pile up in the church and hallelujah and oh, thank you, Jesus. They get all of that, but you don't get the fact that by you sitting up here co-signing for that mess, all you was doing was bringing this right here into fruition. Why? Because right now you got people in high places, and they up so high that they crazy blonde wig with kids. Him and his wife done had lipstick. You can put as much lipstick on a pig as you want to, baby, but it ain't gonna change nothing. But what it has done is it has changed. What it has done is wiping the female out. But people can't see this Baphomet mindset, this whole Baphomet demonic mindset that's going on right now. There's the Baphomet mindset. You got a thing as so below, high, up and down, and then you got a pregnant stomach, and then he's got the breastises, and then he's got both genitalia, and then he got kids right over here. This is the most wicked thing you ever want to see. But yes, I am gonna blame it on the Black girls because the Black girls was all running around with all of the what is that guy's name? The RuPaul best friends, the guys who was doing the makeup. They were doing makeup for women. They were doing makeup for women, and I tell you that chicks was walking out of Mac because I used to work there, and they were looking just like drag queens. And I'm telling you right now, it was amazing. They was getting their makeup done at Mac, and I'm sitting up there doing my makeup. The girls would sit in my chair and say, please don't make me look like he made her look. I don't do makeup like that. I do your makeup natural. Whatever your natural look is, I bring out your natural beauty. But these things was putting on lashes. The reason why everybody wear 12-inch lashes in their eyes right now. And the reason why people Everybody look like Mimi Bobek. If I put a picture of Mimi Bobek up right now, people would not even be upset. They wouldn't be like, "What is that?" Go ahead, sis.
No, I was just saying the same with the bacon of the face. That's what I was telling my cousin. All that came from those, these Christians. That because it's started in Hollywood with the long weave, the big long weave, the eyelashes, all the caked on makeup. That started from them.
Mm-hmm. It sure did.
From them. Then you had the Kardashian ushered in with the plastic surgery and all of that. It's the same thing. They was getting you ready for this. They were prepping and getting you, and here we are today.
And then you got a problem here where now this blue girl 65 said and just leave the kids alone, but that's impossible now because now they have legislation that has now prevented the parent from even look here. Some states before, maybe like give it 20 years ago, 20 years ago, you could not get your child a tattoo in certain states because they felt like that was unhealthy. You could not get your kids certain other things, right? But let's just focus on the tattoo. Now your kid can leave the house and go home, go on to the school. His name was Bobby when he left, and then he can go on someplace with an administrator. He can be Brenda when he come back, and they didn't even have to ask your permission. So the fact is that we had states that prevented you from even going and getting your tattoo as a child. You would be in trouble. They have locked parents up for getting a tattoo for a minor. Now you mean to tell me that same exact minor has the authority to usurp some type of hierarchy on the parent? Really? And this is where we are right now. This is where we are because we sat down, and you know what? I'm gonna say something. Most of it was because of the church, because the church sat by quietly, not wanting to judge. I don't want to judge anybody. I don't want to judge. I just want to be friends. They can do whatever they want to do as long as it doesn't affect my household. Now what you got to say? Because it's affecting your household, and not only is it affecting you, it's in your house. And you say, get it out.
The church and the Democrat, the church and the Democrats go hand in hand, and then that's when they that's the other indoctrination. You see what I'm saying? And then that's when the 501c3 comes into play. You see what I'm saying? You don't
do what they say if you got that. If you have that, if you are a church and you have that title, you're gonna do what they say.
Right.
Or you're gonna lose your funding, and it's all about the money.
And that's why they have the alliance with the Democrats. You see what I'm saying? And we can talk about this to other people that look like us, and they're gonna call you a conspiracy theorist. They're gonna they're gonna call you crazy. But and that's the crazy thing about it is, you teach your righteous stuff like this that applies to them in their everyday life, in our everyday life, and they're not gonna listen to that. But they listen to Cardi, what's her name, Sexy Red, and they listen to Cardi B and these kind of
my God,
women. No, I didn't. These kind of women, man, pushing that kind of agenda. And then look, the guys ain't no different. These NBA Youngboy and NFL Chopper and all these dudes are just talking about straight construction and talking about.
And a lot of them are talking about the fentanyl and those drugs. A lot of those rappers are talking about those drugs, which is what's influencing those kids.
That lean and
You want to talk about a weapon? Rap is one of the biggest weapons.
Music is the biggest weapon.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Yeah. You know why I say that? Because if you go back, first off, they changed the frequency of music from what it was originally, right? Which
was lower.
And so now, they jacked up that, and that was way back. They did that, right? Huh?
No, I was saying Prince.
Well,
Prince,
yeah,
but the frequency, how they changed the frequency.
But wait a minute. Remember, okay, so now let's deal with that genre. We're gonna piggyback. We're gonna take the branch that you just pulled up. All right, so Prince, but who was dressing like that before Prince? It was Little Richard. It was James Brown. It was James Brown, Little Richard. Everybody had on things that fit all the way down. The men looked just like we did a show on it, talking about how the movie with Chris Tucker, The Fifth Element, was the beginning in the 90s to let everybody know exactly what they had a plan for society, but it didn't do anything but piggyback on Leif Garrett and Prince and everybody else who was dressing in the bodycon suits and having the the small bulge in the front. It's all of that. So everybody had to be effeminate because this has been the agenda for a while, and because your enemy stays on point and on task, he wasn't changing his stuff. We the one that changed. We the one that changed. And so the only way for us to make sure that we're taking care of what we need to take care of is each person needs to handle their own household. There is no collective us because the collective us is gone. There is no get all together, get your neighbors. No, don't go get your neighbors because as soon as something jumps off, your neighbor's going to know where you keep your gat, your nine, your iron, and your food. So don't go get your neighbors. Keep your neighbors over there subtly. Wave as you go on. Keep in mind your business. Pull your car in your garage. Offload your food. Put it where you guys have it. Okay, take your entire bounty, the entire booty. Take your whole entire booty and hide it someplace inside your house. But don't be hanging out with the neighbors right now. We're past that. You need to get your own personal house together. You go ahead on and tell your neighbors what your secrets is if you want to, and see when this thing happen and the clunk clunk come again, because the next one's coming. And I'm telling you right now, they've already got a plan about what the next one's going to be. The next lockdown is definitely going to be something coming from the sky because everybody going to believe it. It's going to be something coming from the sky, and everybody going to be believing that fakeness. Project Bluebeam was not by accident. It was a part of the test. The test.
Holograms they've been testing.
Say again.
Those holograms, like those concerts and stuff. Like one time they had a hologram of Tupac. They gonna send down from the sky a hologram of Jesus, right? I'm telling you,
it's gonna be what they think of Jesus.
People gonna think that God and Jesus then came back, and boy, they gonna get that mark and they gonna get out of here. Now I'm not gonna believe it, but I'm just telling you.
Sheila. That's exactly what it is.
Come back.
That's exactly what it is.
You dead. You dead. You the sheep of the man.
Queen Elizabeth was a hologram when they brought her out. Man, come on, man. Hey, look, I think Diane Feinstein a hologram, a dead woman walking.
Dude, I think most of what we see on TV, you know how easy it is to make good deep fakes? You can go on and get a free app right now from the Google Play Store and upload one photo, and it will overlay you over a video. It's wild.
They did it with Obama, didn't they? They did it with Obama.
That deep fake with him. Yep. And then he just recently came out because he's still the president. He's still the president. All he did was move that old dead Weekend at Bernie's over to the side, put him downstairs in the basement, and that ain't even him. That ain't even him. Okay, that ain't even him. So he the one that's the president. He is the president. He even said if he could, he would do a whole nother term if it was a way to do it. If he could get somebody that he could just sit in their place and move them out the side, he would do it. So that dude is still running things. That's the reason why it's all treacherous now. All of it's going to one direction right now. All of it is just who was it, Fred Sanford? And yeah, all of it. Let me show you guys this right here. I want to show you this. I want to see it for the first time with you because I've not seen it, but I just got this notification. I don't want to take a look at it with you all. So here we go. This is Project Bluebeam has officially started. Let me turn on this. Let's go. Let's see.
Officially started. The government wants us to believe in extraterrestrial life. They are preparing us for a fake alien invasion. Watch this video by former President Ronald Reagan.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
Project Bluebeam has officially started. The government wants us to believe in extraterrestrial life. They are preparing us for a fake alien invasion.
Okay, so that was a good one. That was a good one. Okay, but I want to do the next one. And I want to present the screen, take that one off and bring the new one up. This is the one that I wanted. This is what I went in there for. But then when I went in there, I saw this one, the one that I just showed you. I hope they haven't taken it out because sometimes they be zapping stuff and it don't be nice. And it looks like it has been zapped. What they'll do sometimes is they'll take away the actual person's upload. Somebody shared it with me. Oh.
That's why you have to download it.
I should have
Yep.
downloaded it. Is
That's
this it?
And buy paper
Okay.
books if it's a book that you think you want to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I buy all my paper books. You're right, Flo.
I don't like digital books. Okay, let's see what this one is right here. Let me see. Can I start it again? How do you do it? How do you make it go?
The triangle.
It explains how the world is going to end, and it makes sense. It says
Is this one it?
the world is going to end because the North and South poles, they shift every 12 to 15,000.
Na, na, na,
na, na, na. I don't like you. Everybody say, na na na
ain't no
na.
motherfucking
You
thing.
guys ain't fun. Only people that's fun is me and Flo Stay. Okay, let me see. Can I look here and see what it was? Was this it?
False flag
Did this
event.
one? What happened?
No, you want any people in the chat talking about false
Would you
flag
like to
event
know
with
why
Tony-
these organizations feed human flesh back to humanity?
Is this the one?
We should watch it anyways.
Okay.
You can't just set up that question and then go, oh, no, wrong
Is
video.
this the one? That's the wrong one. Okay, let's see. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna show you this.
Would you like to know?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna come back on this side.
Yes,
You would like to know?
we would.
Okay. Okay, go.
Why these organizations feed human flesh back to humanity? So, unlike adrenochrome or
Oh,
the blood
no.
or the organs
No.
or the glands
Wrong words.
that is used by the elites for human.
Okay, I can't risk it. I can't risk it. I know what you're thinking. Hello, Rusty Smith, Zeb Johnson, how are you? And never be too. Hello. Okay, now that we broke that up a little bit, let me go back over here and see can I find it. I had to break it up some because I don't want nobody tripping on me and getting me in no troubles. Hold on, let me see.
Hello, I just want to show you guys some super disturbing shit that I found today.
Oh no.
Here we go. Now, mind you, this is not the dark web.
Okay, hold on.
By any means. This is just something that you can look up casually. I'm sure a lot of you have.
No, this is not it. They took it out of here because it was a video that she sent me as my daughter had sent it to me. And it was dealing with oh, this is it.
Done.
Oh, baby. There you go. Let's see this right. Baby. Here you go. All right, here it is, right? Yawn. All right, let me play it. Can you hear it? Can you hear me?
I win.
Cheryl, it's not a race.
That's what losers say.
What is that?
The truth. Every time a new baby is born, the Federal Reserve issues a secret birth certificate printed by a company called the American Bank. That way, the government can use people as currency to back the debt they have with the World Economic Forum, which owns the central banks of every nation on Earth. But the WEF is just a front for the Council on Foreign Relations, which masterminded the 9/11 attacks as a pretext to invade Iraq, take the oil, and install fast food chains to make people slow, fat, and easily abductable by the shape-shifting reptilian aliens it works with. Now, back in the 30s, FDR made a deal with these reptilians to exchange people for technology. That was the basis of the New Deal. But ever since, they've been slowly replacing all the world leaders to create a nuclear holocaust to make global warming real for their takeover. That's how they made up the Cold War, by sending Leica to space to bite Neil Armstrong while Kubrick was faking the moon landing. Now they're using satellite waves, contrails, and measles vaccines as mind control and fluoridating the water to keep people's gold fillings intact so they can be sent back to, you guessed it, the Federal Reserve, where all the gold and birth certificates are stored by the real puppet master, the world monarch, who is himself only the servant of the all-seeing eye who controls everything in the world.
I was wrong. You do win.
Done. I win.
Cheryl.
That was called Disjointed on Netflix.
Hey, daughter sent you a good one, didn't she?
Okay, that was called Disjointed on Netflix. They said it only had one season. Yeah.
Wow.
Anybody ever see that? I never even saw that show.
No, I
Huh? Rusty. Nobody saw it? Well, you
Your
guys, I'm
daughter
gonna
said
tell
it's a
you.
good video.
Yeah, my daughter, she's boy, I tell you, that girl, I kept myself on my knees and stay on my knees with that one right there. But I tell you one thing, I'm not one of these parents who give up at all. At all. What I put my hand to, baby, I'm gonna intercede until I see it. And I'm gonna believe that I receive it when I intercede for it. I ain't letting go. I ain't
Well,
letting go. No, I ain't
we
letting
got to
go.
commend you for that. We
I
got to
am not
commend you
letting
that
go.
because so many people have, and that's why I said I appreciate the show you had on Wednesday when you were talking about schools indoctrinating children, but the child is really almost, to be honest with you, and then we got to get, I know you're doing another show another day. You do so many shows, but talking about, just the role of academia, just in these institutions. Like we were talking about Harvard University earlier and all that, but the role of academia and just playing on people's emotions, because I mean, just use that video of Mayor Bowser and Dr. Fauci running through DC, and the guy told him, "I'm not taking your jab. Daggone ain't been out long enough." And he really wasn't even talking in the political sense. So this was, and you got certain colleges that's right now trying to make people do this again to go to school. They're saying we're not giving it to workers no more. We're not going to do it to the everyday person. But to go to school, you need this because you're going to my Ivy League school. What?
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what's up. That is what is up, people. We got to keep our eyes open. We got to make sure that we continue to walk in love and make sure that we're double checking our intentions every step of the way. Make sure that what we're saying is what we mean and meaning what we say, treating everybody good and making sure that if you can't treat that person good, get them out your sphere. If it's somebody that you're going to have to say, you know what? I'm going to have to leave you alone. You better leave them alone. Listen, you guys, we're going to go ahead and close up. Before we close up, I want to see if there's any closing thoughts. We'll start with Flow State. Flow State, what you got?
Man, we'll have to save it for another stream. I don't know. We'll have to get into the moon shit. We'll have to get into
my kind of guy. We can
into
hang
what
out.
are
I'm gonna let everybody
viruses.
else go. Let's hang
We can
out.
talk about viruses. This could be a while, and the nurse would be interested to hear her opinion on something that's not alive but acts like it's alive.
What? Like what? Like tell us what?
Like a virus.
Okay.
They're not living organisms.
No, they're not.
Are they?
No, they're not.
How does that work? But no, it's been a great stream. Thanks for inviting me, and next time.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so now my sister here, I want to hear what you have to say in closing so that we can all listen to your goodness. Take as long as you need.
Oh, no. I mean, it was a great show. I appreciate you all for inviting me. I mean, I think we need to keep putting the energy out here and sharing the context and not so look on the surface of how things are happening, but kind of, peel them layers of the onion back, kind of like, the Wizard of Oz, right? You put that curtain back and you see those hidden hands who controlling everything and kind of wake us up. I hope more people wake up. Hopefully after the jab or the device, people are waking, but it's not. I mean, the states you're going to be in, if you don't wake up, I mean, it's just your fault. I mean, it's just too much knowledge. And turn off your TV, turn off your phone, and just start sit back and think about things. Like I was telling people when the device came out, you tell me you got this thing that works for everybody? You giving this over medication? No, that's not how medicine works.
Absolutely, sister. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm gonna go right over here to Mr. Shaq. Shaq, is you ready? Is you ready?
All I'm gonna say is Smell like you got the new car smell. Don't come around with the new car smell.
What?
Huh?
Say it again.
It sound like it. Hey, don't come around here with the new car smell.
New car smell is actually made with a lot of estrogen. Fun fact.
I believe it.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's why it's an appealing smell, even though it's not. It's obviously not a food smell, but yeah, it hits your pheromones, especially for men, which are at least traditionally the ones who had the money and are buying the cars.
That was a reference to the movie they cloned Tyrone.
Look here, Shaq. Look here, Shaq. It's okay. I ain't got no new car smell. Just like I said, they try to come and take something. Come out here to you. Sue me if you want to. You can have that 1972 Datsun B210 I've been telling you about. What's going on, King BJ? What's going on with you?
Wow. I just want to say this is a great show. Shaq had told me he was coming on the panel earlier. I said, you know what? I ain't doing it today. That was, it been a wild day. So I said, I'm just come on and listen. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and come on here. And actually, you had great guests, great panel, everything.
Thank you.
Actually, got Miss Dawson on here, Shaq, Frank, Flo State, Lee. I forgot the other brother's name. He left kind of quick.
Yeah,
but,
Lee, and then it was our brother, who's a very pleasant cat. He's out there in California where Frank is. His name is I don't want to say. He has a real name.
You think of Lee or Dark Knight?
Yes, it's Dark Lake.
Dark Lake.
It's Dark Lake.
Dark Lake. Dark Knight.
But his real name is awesome. But listen, if you guys want to join us next Saturday, the same panel is welcome to come back next Saturday when we do Saturday Night Is Live. Then Saturday Night Is Live is something that we used to always do. Saturday Night Is Live. And you guys can come on back. We're going to pick that gauntlet back up. And if I don't do anything on this channel, but once a week, it will be Saturday Night Is Live because I got so much other stuff going on. But nonetheless, I want to thank all of y'all. And I want to hear from Frank Nitte in the city before we go. Like I did that. Go ahead on.
Yeah.
Sounds so good. Don't you agree?
Once again, thanks for bringing me on the panel again. You know what I'm saying? This is a good show. Everybody, very intelligent guests on here. But yeah, everybody got to stay vigilant, man, and stop falling for the theatrics and the psyops, man, because, that Carly Richards situation, that wasn't the only psyops and hoax that's going on. It's funny how they want to call it a hoax when they want to call it a hoax, but, when you call it a hoax or you call stuff out for stuff not being what it seems, then they call you a conspiracy theorist. So it's an interesting little dynamic. So yeah, everybody just got to stay vigilant, man. Stay, just keep your eyes open, man, and just, stay mindful of and vengeful, man, because, like I said, man, they keep playing tricks on us, man. They got movies like The Clone Tyrone now, and that has a lot of hidden meanings behind it. So
a whole lot of hidden meanings. I don't know who has seen it. Who on the panel, by a show of hands or Avatar, has seen it? I saw it twice.
I haven't seen it yet.
You got to watch it like almost.
What is it?
Not the whole thing.
They clone Tyrone. Go ahead, Charmaine.
Two or three times, but I bet I'm going to watch it. But I said I bet we should.
I can't hear you.
Hear me?
Now we can. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I said they should probably do a comparison to the movie. I'm gonna try to compare it to.
She keeps breaking up, and I know what she had to say was great.
I mean,
you got on headphones? You have earbuds? Sometimes you need the earbuds because it'll give you that little, and it'll start chopping. So if you guys haven't seen it, you need to see it. You need to see it.
Who's the director of that movie? Who directed that movie? Who's the writer? Who's the writer of that movie? That's the only one.
Jamie Foxx directed that movie, didn't he? Didn't he direct the movie?
Did he direct it and write it?
I think he directed. I don't know about writing it. I think he was one of the directors on that, if I'm not mistaken.
The one thing that I'm going to say that I found very intriguing was everything was done as if it were the 70s, but everything visually around the characters was in today's day.
Interesting. That's tight.
Everything in the show was as if the players were from the 70s, but the vehicles behind them, minus what the people who were in the movie themselves acting the pieces out, their car could have been a 1972 Monte Carlo. It's called They Cloned Tyrone, Blue Girl 65 on Netflix. And if you watch that, this is not a spoiler alert. It's just letting you know the setting that it's in. Every car and everything around them is in today. But they were dressed and speaking, everything about them was in the 70s, except for the inferences they made with regards to Obama and other pop culture. Very telling. You guys got to go see this. It's a trip. Okay, it is a trip. YouTube been messing with cell phones like crazy. Rage Against the Machine says, all right, you guys, I love each and every one of you, and I'm glad that you guys were here. Please join us next Saturday as we will pick up again with Saturday Night is Live. I want to thank each and every one of my mods for being here tonight. My managing mods, my standard mods. I love you guys. I thank you. I appreciate you. The preponderance of my mods are up here with me, which is so funny. But Sandy, Aaron, all of you all, I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And I want you guys to remember what we always say on any Felicia Lockhart group publications, and that is that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of the Most High. You guys take care of yourselves, and then you can reach around and take care of somebody else. Don't be rich around taking care of somebody else and you ain't took care of yourself. And then I also want you to go ahead and pull that person up and help them, but I want most of all for you to take care of my friend until I see my friend again, and my friend is you. All right, you guys, be blessed.
All right, now take your time.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace.
Later. Can we watch that video that you wouldn't finish? Okay.
To receive instant notification each time I upload, please hit the subscribe button and the bell notification.
Helping you